The Book of Jubilees. This is the history of the division of the days of the law and of the testimony, of the events of the years, of their year weeks, of their jubilees throughout all the years of the world, as the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, when he went up to receive the tables of the law and of the commandment, according to the voice of God, as he said unto him, Go up to the top of the mount. God's revelation to Moses on Mount Sinai. And it came to pass in the first year of the exodus of the children of Israel out of Egypt, in the 3rd month, on the 16th day of the month, that God spoke to Moses, saying, Come up to me on the mount, and I will give thee 2 tables of stone of the law, and of the commandment, which I have written, that thou mayest teach them. And Moses went up into the mount of God, and the glory of the Lord abode on Mount Sinai, and a cloud overshadowed it for 6 days. And he called to Moses on the 7th day out of the midst of the cloud. And the appearance of the glory of the Lord was like a flaming fire on the top of the mount. And Moses was on the mount 40 days and 40 nights. And God taught him the earlier and the later history of the division of all the days of the law and of the testimony. And he said, Incline thine heart to every word which I shall speak to thee on this mount, and write them in a book, in order that their generations may see how I have not forsaken them for all the evil which they have wrought in transgressing the covenant which I established between me and thee, for their generations this day on Mount Sinai. And thus it will come to pass, when all these things come upon them, that they will recognize that I am more righteous than they in all their judgments and in all their actions, and they will recognize that I have been truly with them. And do thou write for thyself all these words which I declare unto thee this day. For I know their rebellion and their stiff neck, before I bring them into the land of which I swore to their fathers, to Abraham, and to Isaac and to Jacob, saying, Unto your seed will I give a land flowing with milk and honey. And they will eat and be satisfied, and they will turn to strange gods, to gods which cannot deliver them from aught of their tribulation, and this witness shall be heard for a witness against them. For they will forget all my commandments, even all that I command them, and they will walk after the Gentiles, and after their uncleanness, and after their shame, and will serve their gods, and these will prove unto them an offense, and a tribulation, and an affliction, and a snare. And many will perish, and they will be taken captive, and will fall into the hands of the enemy, because they have forsaken my ordinances and my commandments, and the festivals of my covenant, and my Sabbaths, and my holy place which I have hallowed for myself in their midst, and my tabernacle and my sanctuary, which I have hallowed for myself in the midst of the land, that I should set my name upon it, and that it should dwell there. And they will make to themselves high places and groves and graven images, and they will worship each his own graven image, so as to go astray, and they will sacrifice their children to demons and to all the works of the error of their hearts. And I will send witnesses unto them, that I may witness against them, but they will not hear, and will slay the witnesses also, and they will persecute those who seek the law, and they will abrogate and change everything, so as to work evil before my eyes. And I shall hide my face from them, and I shall deliver them into the hand of the Gentiles for captivity, and for a prey, and for devouring, and I shall remove them from the midst of the land, and I shall scatter them amongst the Gentiles. And they will forget all my law, and all my commandments, and all my judgments, and will go astray as to new moons, and Sabbaths, and festivals, and jubilees, and ordinances. And after this, they will turn to me from amongst the Gentiles with all their heart, and with all their soul, and with all their strength. And I shall gather them from amongst all the Gentiles, and they will seek me, so that I shall be found of them when they seek me with all their heart, and with all their soul. And I shall disclose to them abounding peace with righteousness, and I shall remove from them the plant of uprightness with all my heart and with all my soul, and they will be for a blessing, and not for a curse, and they will be the head and not the tail. And I shall build my sanctuary in their midst, and I shall dwell with them, and I shall be their God, and they will be my people in truth and righteousness, and I shall not forsake them, nor fail them, for I am the Lord their God. Moses prays for the people, and Moses fell on his face and prayed and said, O Lord my God, do not forsake thy people and thy inheritance, so that they should wander in the error of their hearts, and do not deliver them into the hands of their enemies, the Gentiles, lest they should rule over them and cause them to sin against thee. Let thy mercy, O Lord, be lifted up upon thy people, and create in them an upright spirit, and let not the spirit of Satan rule over them to accuse them before thee, and to ensnare them from all the paths of righteousness, so that they may perish from before thy face. But they are thy people and thy inheritance, which thou hast delivered with thy great power from the hands of the Egyptians. Create in them a clean heart and a holy spirit, and let them not be ensnared in their sins from henceforth until eternity. And the Lord said unto Moses, I know their contrariness and their thoughts and their stiff-neckedness, and they will not be obedient till they confess their own sin and the sin of the fathers. And after this they will turn to me in all uprightness, and with all their heart, and with all their soul. And I shall circumcise the foreskin of their heart, and the one foreskin of the heart of their seed, and I shall create in them a holy spirit, and I shall cleanse them, so that they shall not turn away from me from that day unto eternity. And their souls will cleave to me, and to all my commandments, and they will fulfill my commandments. And I shall be their father, and they will be my children. And they will all be called children of the living God, and every angel and every spirit will know, yea, they will know, that these are my children, and that I am their father in uprightness and righteousness, and that I love them. And do thou write down for thyself all these words, which I declare unto thee on this mountain, the first and the last, which shall come to pass in all the divisions of the days in the law, and in the testimony, and in the weeks, and in the jubilees unto eternity, until I descend and dwell with them throughout eternity. God commands the angel to write, and he said to the angel of the presence, Write for Moses from the beginning of creation, till my sanctuary has been built among them for all eternity. And the Lord will appear to the eyes of all, and all will know that I am the God of Israel, and the Father of all the children of Jacob, and King on Mount Zion for all eternity. And Zion and Jerusalem will be holy. And the angel of the presence, who went before the camp of Israel, took the tables of the divisions of the years from the time of the creation, of the law and of the testimony of the weeks, of the jubilees, according to the individual years, according to all the number of the jubilees, from the day of the new creation, when the heavens and the earth shall be renewed, and all their creation according to the powers of the heaven, and according to all the creation of the earth, until the sanctuary of the Lord shall be made in Jerusalem on Mount Zion, and all the luminaries be renewed for healing and for peace, and for blessing for all the elect of Israel, and that thus it may be from that day, and unto all the days of the earth. The angel dictates the primeval history, the creation of the world, and the institution of the Sabbath. And the angel of the presence spoke to Moses, according to the word of the Lord, saying, Write the complete history of the creation, how in 6 days the Lord God finished all his works and all that he created, and kept Sabbath on the 7th day, and hallowed it for all ages, and appointed it as a sign for all his works. For on the first day he created the heavens which are above, and the earth, and the waters, and all the spirits which serve before him, the angels of the presence, and the angels of sanctification, and the angels of the spirit of fire, and the angels of the spirit of the winds, and the angels of the spirit of the clouds, and of darkness, and of snow, and of hail, and of hoar frost, and the angels of the voices, and of the thunder, and of the lightning, and the angels of the spirits of cold and of heat, and of winter, and of spring, and of autumn, and of summer, and of all the spirits of his creatures, which are in the heavens and on the earth. He created the abysses and the darkness, eventide and night, and the light, dawn and day, which he has prepared in the knowledge of his heart. And thereupon we saw his works, and praised him, and lauded before him on account of all his works. For 7 great works did he create on the first day. And on the second day he created the firmament in the midst of the waters, and the waters were divided on that day. Half of them went up above, and half of them went down below the firmament that was in the midst over the face of the whole earth. And this was the only work God created on the second day. And on the third day he commanded the waters to pass from off the face of the whole earth into one place, and the dry land to appear. And the waters did so as he commanded them. And they retired from off the face of the earth into one place outside of this firmament, and the dry land appeared. And on that day he created for them all the seas according to their separate gathering places, and all the rivers, and the gatherings of the waters in the mountains, and on all the earth, and all the lakes, and all the dew of the dew, earth, and the seed which is sown, and all sprouting things, and fruit-bearing trees, and trees of the wood, and the garden of Eden in Eden, and all plants after their kind. These 4 great works God created on the third day, and on the fourth day he created the sun and the moon and the stars, and set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon all the earth, and to rule over the day and the night, and divide the light from the darkness. And God appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth, for days, for Sabbaths, and for months, and for feasts, and for years, and for Sabbaths of years, and for jubilees, and for all seasons of the years. And it divideth the light from the darkness for prosperity, that all things may prosper, which shoot and grow on the earth. These 3 kinds he made on the 4th day. And on the 5th day he created great sea monsters in the depths of the waters, for these were the first things of flesh that were created by his hands. The fish and everything that moves in the waters, and everything that flies, the birds, and all their kind. And the sun rose above them to prosper them, and above everything that was on the earth, everything that shoots out of the earth, and all fruit-bearing trees, and all flesh. These 3 kinds he created on the 5th day. And on the 6th day he created all the animals of the earth, and all cattle, and everything that moves on the earth. And after all this he created man. A man and a woman created he them, and gave him dominion over all that is upon the earth, and in the seas, and over everything that flies, and over beasts, and over cattle, and over everything that moves on the earth, and over the whole earth. And over all this he gave him dominion. And these 4 kinds he created on the 6th day. And there were altogether 22 kinds. And he finished all his work on the 6th day, all that is in the heavens and on the earth, and in the seas, and in the abysses, and in the light, and in the darkness, and in everything. And he gave us a great sign, the Sabbath day, that we should work 6 days, but keep Sabbath on the 7th day from all work. And all the angels of the presence, and all the angels of sanctification, these 2 great classes, he hath hidden us, to keep the Sabbath with him in heaven and on earth. And he said unto us, Behold, I will separate unto myself a people from among all the peoples, and these will keep the Sabbath day, and I will sanctify them unto myself as my people, and will bless them. As I have sanctified the Sabbath day, and do sanctify it unto myself, even so shall I bless them, and they will be my people, and I shall be their God. And I have chosen the seed of Jacob from amongst all that I have seen, and have written him down as my firstborn son, and have sanctified him unto myself forever and ever. And I will teach them the Sabbath day, that they may keep Sabbath thereon from all work. And thus he created therein a sign in accordance with which they should keep Sabbath with us on the seventh day, to eat and to drink, and to bless him. None hath created all things, as he hath blessed and sanctified unto himself a peculiar people above all peoples, and that they should keep Sabbath together with us. And he caused his commands to ascend as a sweet savor acceptable before him all the days. There were 22 heads of mankind from Adam to Jacob, and 22 kinds of work were made until the seventh day. This is blessed and holy, and the former also is blessed and holy, and this one serves with that one for sanctification and blessing. And to this, Jacob and his seed, it was granted that they should always be the blessed and holy ones of the first testimony and law, even as he had sanctified and blessed the Sabbath day on the seventh day. He created heaven and earth, and everything that he created in 6 days. And God made the seventh day holy for all his works. Therefore he commanded on its behalf that whoever does any work thereon shall die, and that he who defiles it shall surely die. Wherefore do thou command the children of Israel to observe this day, that they may keep it holy, and not do thereon any work, and not defile it, as it is holier than all other days. And whoever profanes it shall surely die, and whoever does thereon any work shall surely die eternally, that the children of Israel may observe this day throughout their generations, and not be rooted out of the land. For it is a holy day and a blessed day. And everyone who observes it, and keeps Sabbath thereon from all his work, will be holy and blessed throughout all days like unto us. Declare and say to the children of Israel the law of this day, both that they should keep Sabbath thereon, and that they should not forsake it in the error of their hearts, and that it is not lawful to do any work thereon which is unseemly, to do thereon their own pleasure, and that they should not prepare thereon anything to be eaten or drunk, and that it is not lawful to draw water, or bring in or take out thereon through their gates any burden which they had not prepared for themselves on the 6th day in their dwellings. And they shall not bring in, nor take out from house to house on that day. For that day is more holy and blessed than any jubilee day of the jubilees. On this we kept Sabbath in the heavens, before it was made known to any flesh to keep Sabbath thereon on the earth. And the Creator of all things blessed it, but he did not sanctify all peoples and nations to keep Sabbath thereon, but Israel alone. Them alone he permitted to eat and drink, and to keep Sabbath thereon on the earth. And the Creator of all things blessed this day which he had created, for a blessing, and a sanctification, and a glory above all days. This law and testimony was given to the children of Israel as a law forever unto their generations. Jubilees 3, Paradise, and the fall. And on the 6 days of the second week we brought, according to the word of God, unto Adam all the beasts, and all the cattle, and all the birds, and everything that moveth on the earth, and everything that moveth in the water, according to their kinds and according to their types. The beasts on the first day, the cattle on the second day, the birds on the third day, all that which moveth on the earth on the fourth day, and that which moveth in the water on the fifth day. And Adam named them all by their respective names, and as he called them, so was their name. And on these 5 days Adam saw all these, male and female, according to every kind that was on the earth. But he was alone, and found no helpmeet for him. And the Lord said unto us, It is not good that the man should be alone. Let us make a helpmeet for him. And the Lord our God caused a deep sleep to fall upon him, and he slept. And he took for the woman one rib from amongst his ribs, and this rib was the origin of the woman from amongst his ribs, and he built up the flesh in its stead, and built the woman. And he awakened Adam out of his sleep, and on awaking He rose on the 6th day, and he brought her to him. And he knew her, and said unto her, This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She will be called my wife, because she was taken from her husband. Therefore shall man and wife be one. And therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. In the first week was Adam created, and the rib, his wife. In the second week he showed her unto him, and for this reason the commandment was given to keep in their defilement, for a male 7 days, and for a female twice 7 days. And after Adam had completed 40 days in the land where he had been created, we brought him into the Garden of Eden to till and keep it. But his wife they brought in on the 80th day. And after this she entered into the Garden of Eden. And for this reason the commandment is written on the heavenly tables regarding her that giveth birth. If she beareth a male, she shall remain in her uncleanness 7 days according to the first week of days, and 33 days shall she remain in the blood of her, purifying, and she shall not touch any hallowed thing, nor enter into the sanctuary, until she accomplisheth these days which are enjoined in the case of a male child. But in the case of a female child, she shall remain in her uncleanness 2 weeks of days, according to the first 2 weeks, and 66 days in the blood of her purification, and they will be in all 80 days. And when she had completed these 80 days, we brought her into the Garden of Eden, for it is holier than all the earth besides, and every tree that is planted in it is holy. Therefore there was ordained regarding her who beareth a male or a female child the statute of those days, that she should touch no hallowed thing, nor enter into the sanctuary, until these days for the male or female child are accomplished. This is the law and testimony, which was written down for Israel, in order that they should observe it all the days. And in the first week of the first Jubilee, Adam and his wife were in the Garden of Eden for 7 years, tilling and keeping it. And we gave him work, and we instructed him to do everything that is suitable for tillage. And he tilled the garden, and was naked, and knew it not, and was not ashamed. And he protected the garden from the birds and beasts and cattle, and gathered its fruit, and ate, and put aside the residue for himself and for his wife. And after the completion of the 7 years, which he had completed there, 7 years exactly, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, the serpent came and approached the woman. And the serpent said to the woman, Hath God commanded you, saying, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And she said to it, Of all the fruit of the trees of the garden, God hath said unto us, Eat, but of the fruit of the tree, which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said unto us, Ye shall not eat thereof, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For God doth know that on the day ye shall eat thereof, your eyes will be opened, and ye will be as gods, and ye will know good and evil. And the woman saw the tree, that it was agreeable and pleasant to the eye, and that its fruit was good for food. And she took thereof and ate. And when she had first covered her shame with fig leaves, she gave thereof to Adam, and he ate, and his eyes were opened. And he saw that he was naked, and he took fig leaves, and sewed them together, and made an apron for himself, and covered his shame. And God cursed the serpent, and was wroth with it forever. And he was wroth with the woman, because she hearkened to the voice of the serpent, and did eat. And he said unto her, I shall greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy pains. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy return shall be unto thy husband, and he will rule over thee. And to Adam also he said, Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee that thou shouldst not eat thereof, cursed be the ground for thy sake. Thorns and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat thy bread in the sweat of thy face, till thou returnest to the earth from whence thou wast taken. For earth thou art, and unto earth shalt thou return. And he made for them coats of skin, and clothed them, and sent them forth from the Garden of Eden. And on that day on which Adam went forth from the garden, he offered as a sweet savor an offering, frankincense, galbanum, and stacte, and spices, in the morning with the rising of the sun, from the day when he covered his shame. And on that day was closed the mouth of all beasts, and of cattle, and of birds, and of whatever walketh, and of whatever moveth, so that they could no longer speak, for they had all spoken one with another with one lip and with one tongue. And he sent out of the Garden of Eden all flesh that was in the Garden of Eden, and all flesh was scattered according to its kinds, and according to its types, unto the places which had been created for them. And to Adam alone did he give the wherewithal to cover his shame of all the beasts and cattle. On this account it is prescribed on the heavenly tables, as touching all those who know the judgment of the law, that they should cover their shame, and should not uncover themselves as the Gentiles uncover themselves. And on the new moon of the 4th month, Adam and his wife went forth from the Garden of Eden, and they dwelt in the land of Eldah, in the land of their creation. And Adam called the name of his wife Eve. And they had no son till the first Jubilee, and after this he knew her. Now he tilled the land, as he had been instructed in the Garden of Eden. The birth of Cain, Abel, and their sister. And in the 3rd week in the 2nd Jubilee she gave birth to Cain. And in the 4th she gave birth to Abel. And in the 5th she gave birth to her daughter, Awan. And in the 1st year of the 3rd Jubilee, Cain slew Abel, because God accepted the sacrifice of Abel, and did not accept the offering of Cain. And he slew him in the field. And his blood cried from the ground to heaven, complaining because he had slain him. And the Lord reproved Cain because of Abel, because he had slain him. And he made him a fugitive on the earth because of the blood of his brother. And he cursed him upon the earth. And on this account it is written on the heavenly tables, Cursed is he who smiteth his neighbor treacherously. And let all who have seen and heard say, So be it. And the man who hath seen and not declared it, let him be accursed as the other. And for this reason we announce, when we come before the Lord our God, all the sin which is committed in heaven and on earth, and in light and in darkness, and everywhere. And Adam and his wife mourned for Abel 4 weeks of years. And in the 4th year of the 5th week they became joyful. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore him a son, and he called his name Seth, for he said, God hath raised up a second seed unto us on the earth, instead of Abel. For Cain slew him. And in the 6th week he begat his daughter, Azurah. And Cain took Awan his sister to be his wife, and she bore him Enoch at the close of the 4th Jubilee. And in the 1st year of the 1st week of the 5th Jubilee, houses were built on the earth. And Cain built a city, and called its name after the name of his son Enoch. And Adam knew Eve his wife, and she bore yet 9 sons. And in the 5th week of the 5th Jubilee, Seth took Azurah his sister to be his wife, and in the 4th year of the 6th week she bore him Enos. He began to call on the name of the Lord on the earth, the patriarchs from Adam to Noah. And in the 7th Jubilee, in the 3rd week, Enos took Noam his sister to be his wife, And she bore him a son in the 3rd year of the 5th week, and he called his name Kenan. And at the close of the 8th jubilee, Kenan took Mualeleth his sister to be his wife, and she bore him a son in the 9th jubilee, in the 1st week in the 3rd year of this week. And he called his name Mahalalel. And in the 2nd week of the 10th jubilee, Mahalalel took to himself a wife, Dinah, the daughter of Barachiel, the daughter of his father's brother. And she bore him a son in the 3rd week in the 6th year, and he called his name Jared, for in his days the angels of the Lord descended on the earth, those who are named the Watchers, that they should instruct the children of men, and that they should do judgment and uprightness on the earth. And in the 11th jubilee, Jared took to himself a wife, and her name was Barakah, the daughter of Rasuhal, a daughter of his father's brother, in the 4th week of this jubilee. And she bore him a son in the 5th week, in the 4th year of the jubilee, and he called his name Enoch, the life of Enoch. And he was the first among men that are born on earth, who learned writing and knowledge and wisdom, and who wrote down the signs of heaven according to the order of their months in a book, that men might know the seasons of the years according to the order of their separate months. And he was the first to write a testimony, and he testified to the sons of men among the generations of the earth, and recounted the weeks of the jubilees, and made known to them the days of the years, and set in order the months, and recounted the Sabbaths of the years as we made them known to him. And what was and what will be he saw in a vision of his sleep, as it will happen to the children of men throughout their generations until the day of judgment. He saw and understood everything, and wrote his testimony, and placed the testimony on earth for all the children of men and for their generations. And in the 12th jubilee, in the 7th week thereof, he took to himself a wife, and her name was Edni, the daughter of Danel, the daughter of his father's brother. And in the 6th year, in this week, she bore him a son, and he called his name Methuselah. And he was moreover with the angels of God these 6 jubilees of years, and they showed him everything which is on earth and in the heavens, the rule of the sun, and he wrote down everything. And he testified to the Watchers, who had sinned with the daughters of men, for these had begun to unite themselves, so as to be defiled, with the daughters of men, and Enoch testified against them all. And he was taken from amongst the children of men, and we conducted him into the Garden of Eden in majesty and honor. And behold, there he writeth down the condemnation and judgment of the world, and all the wickedness of the children of men. And on account of it God brought the waters of the flood upon all the land of Eden. For there he was set as a sign, and that he should testify against all the children of men, that he should recount all the deeds of the generations until the day of condemnation. And he burnt the incense of the sanctuary, even sweet spices, acceptable before the Lord on the mount. For the Lord hath 4 places on the earth, the Garden of Eden, and the Mount of the East, and this mountain on which thou art this day, Mount Sinai and Mount Zion, which will be sanctified in the new creation for a sanctification of the earth. Through it will the earth be sanctified from all its guilt and its uncleanness throughout the generations of the world. The birth of Noah, and the deaths of Adam and Cain. And in the 14th jubilee, Methuselah took unto himself a wife Edna, the daughter of Azriel, the daughter of his father's brother, in the 3rd week, in the 1st year of this week. And he begat a son, and called his name Lamech. And in the 15th jubilee, in the 3rd week, Lamech took to himself a wife, and her name was Betenios, the daughter of Barachiel, the daughter of his father's brother. And in this week she bore him a son, and he called his name Noah, saying, This one will comfort me for my trouble and all my work, and for the ground which the Lord hath cursed. And at the close of the 19th jubilee, in the 7th week in the 6th year thereof, Adam died, and all his sons buried him in the land of his creation, and he was the first to be buried in the earth. And he lacked 70 years of 1,000 years. For 1,000 years are as one day in the testimony of the heavens, and therefore was it written concerning the tree of knowledge, on the day that ye eat thereof, ye will die. For this reason he did not complete the years of this day, for he died during it. At the close of this jubilee, Cain was killed after him in the same year, for his house fell upon him, and he died in the midst of his house, and he was killed by its stones. For with a stone he had killed Abel, and by a stone was he killed in righteous judgment. For this reason it was ordained on the heavenly tables. With the instrument with which a man killeth his neighbor, with the same shall he be killed. After the manner that he wounded him, in like manner shall they deal with him. And in the 25th Jubilee, Noah took to himself a wife, and her name was Emzara, the daughter of Rachel, the daughter of his father's brother, in the first year in Non, the 5th week. And in the 3rd year thereof she bore him Shem. In the 5th year thereof she bore him Ham. And in the 1st year in the 6th week she bore him Japheth. The fall of the angels and their punishment, the deluge foretold. And it came to pass, when the children of men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the angels of God saw them in a certain year of this jubilee, that they were beautiful to look upon. And they took themselves wives of all whom they chose, and they bore unto them sons. And they were giants, and lawlessness increased on the earth. And all flesh corrupted its way, alike men and cattle, and beasts and birds, and everything that walketh on the earth. All of them corrupted their ways and their orders, and they began to devour each other. And lawlessness increased on the earth, and every imagination of the thoughts of all men was thus evil continually. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, and all flesh had corrupted its orders, and all that were upon the earth had wrought all manner of evil before his eyes. And he said, I shall destroy man, and all flesh, upon the face of the earth, which I have created. But Noah found grace before the eyes of the Lord. And against the angels whom he had sent upon the earth, he was exceedingly wroth, and he gave commandment to root them out of all their dominion. And he bade us to bind them in the depths of the earth. And behold, they are bound in the midst of them, and are kept separate. And against their sons went forth a command from before his face, that they should be smitten with the sword, and be removed from under heaven. He said, My spirit will not always abide on man, for they also are flesh, and their days shall be 120 years. And he sent his sword into their midst, that each should slay his neighbor. And they began to slay each other till they all fell by the sword, and were destroyed from the earth. And their fathers were witnesses of their destruction. And after this they were bound in the depths of the earth forever, until the day of the great condemnation, when judgment is executed on all those who have corrupted their ways and their works before the Lord. And he destroyed all from their places. And there was not left one of them, whom he judged not according to all their wickedness. And he made for all his works a new and righteous nature, so that they should not sin in their whole nature forever, but should be all righteous, each in his kind always. And the judgment of all is ordained and written on the heavenly tables in righteousness, even the judgment of all who depart from the path which is ordained for them to walk in. And if they walk not therein, judgment is written down for every creature and for every kind. And there is nothing in heaven or on earth, or in light, or in darkness, or in Sheol, or in the depth, or in the place of darkness, which is not judged, and all their judgments are ordained and written and engraved. In regard to all he will judge, the great according to his greatness, and the small according to his smallness, and each according to his way. and he is not one who will regard the person of any, nor is he one who will receive gifts. If he saith that he will execute judgment on each, if one gave everything that is on the earth, he will not regard the gifts nor accept anything at his hands, for he is a righteous judge. And as for all those who corrupted their ways and their thoughts before the flood, no man's person was accepted save that of Noah alone, for his person was accepted on behalf of his sons, whom God saved from the waters of the flood on his account. For his heart was righteous in all his ways, according as it was commanded regarding him, and he had not departed from aught that was ordained for him. And the Lord said that he would destroy everything which was upon the earth, both men and cattle, and beasts, and fowls of the air, and that which moveth on the earth. The building of the ark, the flood. And he commanded Noah to make him an ark, that he might save himself from the waters of the flood. And Noah made the ark in all respects as he commanded him, in the 27th Jubilee of years, in the 5th week, in the 5th year, on the new moon of the 1st month. And he entered in the 6th year thereof, in the 2nd month, on the new moon of the 2nd month, till the 16th. And he entered, and all that we brought to him, into the ark. And the Lord closed it from without on the 17th evening. And the Lord opened 7 floodgates of heaven, and the mouths of the fountains of the great deep, 7 mouths in number. And the floodgates began to pour down water from the heaven 40 days and 40 nights. And the fountains of the deep also sent up waters, until the whole world was full of water. And the waters increased upon the earth. 15 cubits did the waters rise above all the high mountains. And the ark was lifted up above the earth, and it moved upon the face of the waters. And the water prevailed on the face of the earth 5 months, 150 days. And the ark went and rested on the top of Lubar, one of the mountains of Ararat. And on the new moon in the 4th month, the fountains of the great deep were closed, and the floodgates of heaven were restrained. And on the new moon of the 7th month, all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were opened, and the water began to descend into the deep below. And on the new moon of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains were seen, and on the new moon of the 1st month, the earth became visible. And the waters disappeared from above the earth in the 5th week, in the 7th year thereof. And on the 17th day in the 2nd month, the earth was dry. And on the 27th thereof, he opened the ark, and sent forth from it beasts, and cattle, and birds, and every moving thing, Noah's sacrifice, and God's covenant with him. And on the new moon of the 3rd month, he went forth from the ark, and built an altar on that mountain. And he made atonement for the earth, and took a kid and made atonement by its blood for all the guilt of the earth, for everything that had been on it had been destroyed, save those that were in the ark with Noah. And he placed the fat thereof on the altar. And he took an ox, and a goat, and a sheep, and kids, and salt, and a turtle dove, and the young of a dove, and placed a burnt sacrifice on the altar, and poured thereon an offering mingled with oil, and sprinkled wine, and strewed frankincense over everything, and caused a goodly savor to arise, acceptable before the Lord. And the Lord smelt the goodly savor. And he made a covenant with him, that there should not be any more a flood to destroy the earth, that all the days of the earth, seed time and harvest, should never cease, cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night should not change their order, nor cease forever. And you, increase ye and multiply upon the earth, and become many upon it, and be a blessing upon it. The fear of you and the dread of you I shall inspire in everything that is on earth and in the sea. Behold, I have given unto you all beasts, and all winged things, and everything that moveth on the earth, and the fish in the waters, and all things for food, as the green herbs. I have given you all things to eat. But flesh with the life thereof, with the blood, ye shall not eat. For the life of all flesh is in the blood, lest your blood of your lives be required. At the hand of every man, at the hand of Ma. Every beast shall I require the blood of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. And you, increase ye, and multiply on the earth. And Noah and his sons swore that they would not eat any blood that was in any flesh. And he made a covenant before the Lord God forever throughout all the generations of the earth in this month. On this account he spake to thee that thou shouldst make a covenant with the children of Israel in this month upon the mountain with an oath, and that thou shouldst sprinkle blood upon them, because of all the words of the covenant which the Lord made with them forever. And this testimony is written concerning you, that you should observe it continually, so that you should not eat on any day any blood of beasts or birds or cattle during all the days of the earth. And the man who eateth the blood of beast, or of cattle, or of birds during all the days of the earth, he and his seed shall be rooted out of the land. And do thou command the children of Israel to eat no blood, so that their names and their seed may be before the Lord our God continually. And for this law there is no limit of days, for it is forever. They shall observe it throughout their generations, so that they may continue supplicating on your behalf with blood before the altar. Every day, and at the time of morning and evening, they shall seek forgiveness on your behalf perpetually before the Lord, that they may keep it and not be rooted out. And he gave to Noah and his sons a sign that there should not again be a flood on the earth. He set his bow in the cloud for a sign of the eternal covenant, that there should not again be a flood on the earth to destroy it all the days of the earth. The Feast of Weeks and the heavenly calendar. For this reason it is ordained and written on the heavenly tables that they should celebrate the Feast of Weeks in this month once a year, to renew the covenant every year. And this whole festival was celebrated in heaven from the day of creation till the days of Noah, 26 jubilees and 5 weeks of years. And Noah and his sons observed it for 7 jubilees and 1 week of years, till the day of Noah's death. And from the day of Noah's death his sons did away with it, until the days of Abraham, and they ate blood. But Abraham observed it, and Isaac and Jacob and his children observed it up to thy days, and in thy days the children of Israel forgot it, until ye celebrated it anew on this mountain. And do thou command the children of Israel to observe this festival in all their generations for a commandment unto them. 1 day in the year, in this month, they shall celebrate the festival. For it is the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of First Fruits. This feast is twofold and of a double nature, according to what is written and engraven concerning it. Celebrate it. For I have written in the book of the first law, in that which I have written for thee, that thou shouldst celebrate it in its season 1 day in the year. And I explained to thee its sacrifices, that the children of Israel should remember and should celebrate it throughout their generations in this month, 1 day in every year. The 4 seasonal divisions of the year. And on the new moon of the first month, and on the new moon of the 4th month, and on the new moon of the 7th month, and on the new moon of the 10th month, are the days of remembrance, and the days of the seasons in the 4 divisions of the year. These are written and ordained as a testimony forever. And Noah ordained them for himself as feasts for the generations forever, so that they have become thereby a memorial unto him. And on the new moon of the 1st month, he was bidden to make for himself an ark. And on that day the earth became dry, and he opened the ark and saw the earth. And on the new moon of the 4th month, the mouths of the depths of the abysses beneath were closed. And on the new moon of the 7th month, all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were opened, and the waters began to descend into them. And on the new moon of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains were seen, and Noah was glad. And on this account he ordained them for himself as feasts for a memorial forever. And thus are they ordained. And they placed them on the heavenly tables. Each had 13 weeks. From one to another passed their memorial, from the first to the second, and from the second to the third, and from the third to the fourth. And all the days of the commandment will be 52 weeks of days, and these will make the entire year complete. Thus it is engraven and ordained on the heavenly tables, and there is no neglecting this commandment for a single year or from year to year. The 364-day year commanded. And command thou the children of Israel that they observe the years according to this reckoning. 364 days, and these will constitute a complete year, and they will not disturb its time from its days and from its feasts. For everything will fall out in them according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day nor disturb any feasts. But if they do neglect and do not observe them according to his commandment, then they will disturb all their seasons, and the years will be dislodged from this order, and they will neglect their ordinances. And all the children of Israel will forget, and will not find the path of the years, and will forget the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths, and they will go wrong as to all the order of the years. For I know, and from henceforth shall I declare it unto thee. And it is not of my own devising, for the book lieth written before me, and on the heavenly tables the division of days is ordained, lest they forget the feasts of the covenant, and walk according to the feasts of the Gentiles, after their error and after their ignorance. For there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon. Now it disturbeth the seasons, and cometh in from year to year, 10 days too soon. For this reason the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order, and make an abominable day the day of testimony, and an unclean day a feast day. And they will confound all the days, the holy with the unclean, and the unclean day with the holy. For they will go wrong as to the months and Sabbaths and feasts and jubilees. For this reason I command and testify to thee, that thou mayest testify to them, for after thy death thy children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. And for this reason they will go wrong as to the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths and festivals, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. Noah offers sacrifice, the cursing of Canaan. And in the 7th week, in the 1st year thereof, in this jubilee, Noah planted vines on the mountain on which the ark had rested, named Lubar, one of the Ararat mountains. And they produced fruit in the 4th year, and he guarded their fruit, and gathered it in this year, in the 7th month. And he made wine therefrom, and put it into a vessel, and kept it until the 5th year, until the 1st day, on the new moon of the 1st month. And he celebrated with joy the day of this feast. And he made a burnt sacrifice unto the Lord, 1 young ox and 1 ram, and 7 sheep, each a year old, and a kid of the goats, that he might make atonement thereby for himself and his sons. And he prepared the kid first, and placed some of its blood on the flesh that was on the altar which he had made, and all the fat he laid on the altar where he made the burnt sacrifice, and the ox, and the ram, and the sheep. And he laid all their flesh upon the altar. And he placed all their offerings mingled with oil upon it. And afterwards he sprinkled wine on the fire which he had previously made on the altar. And he placed incense on the altar, and caused a sweet savor to ascend, acceptable before the Lord his God. And he rejoiced and drank of this wine, he and his children with joy. And it was evening, and he went into his tent, And being drunken, he lay down and slept, and was uncovered in his tent as he slept. And Ham saw Noah his father naked, and went forth, and told his two brethren without. And Shem took his garment, and arose, he and Japheth. And they placed the garment on their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the shame of their father, and their faces were backward. And Noah awoke from his sleep, and knew all that his younger son had done unto him. And he cursed his son, and said, Cursed be Canaan, an enslaved servant shall he be unto his brethren. And he blessed Shem, and said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and God shall dwell in the dwelling of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Ham knew that his father had cursed his younger son, and he was displeased that he had cursed his son, and he parted from his father. He and his sons with him, Cush and Mizraim, and Put and Canaan. And he built for himself a city, and called its name after the name of his wife, Ne Elatam Ok. And Japheth saw it, and became envious of his brother. And he too built for himself a city, and he called its name after the name of his wife, Adonai-Ziz. And Shem dwelt with his father Noah, and he built a city close to his father on the mountain. And he too called its name after the name of his wife, Sedekatelabab. And behold, these three cities are near Mount Lubar, Sedekatelabab fronting the mountain on its east, Na'elatama'uk on the south, Adonai-Ziz toward the west. And these are the sons of Shem, Elam, and Asser, and Arpachshad. This son was born 2 years after the flood. And Lud and Aram, the sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, Tubal and Meshech, and Tiras. These are the sons of Noah, Noah's admonitions to his sons. And in the 28th Jubilee, Noah began to enjoin upon his sons' sons the ordinances and commandments, and all the judgments that he knew. And he exhorted his sons to observe righteousness, and to cover the shame of their flesh, and to bless their Creator, and honor father and mother, and love their neighbor, and guard their souls from fornication and uncleanness and all iniquity. For owing to these 3 things came the flood upon the earth, namely, owing to the fornication wherein the watchers, against the law of their ordinances, went a-whoring after the daughters of men, and took themselves wives of all which they chose, and they made the beginning of uncleanness. And they begat sons, the Nephidim, and they were all unlike, and they devoured one another. And the giants slew the Nephil, and the Nephil slew the Elgo, and the Eljo mankind, and one man another. And every one sold himself to work iniquity, and to shed much blood. And the earth was filled with iniquity. And after this they sinned against the beasts and birds, and all that moveth and walketh on the earth, and much blood was shed on the earth. And every imagination and desire of men imagined vanity and evil continually. And the Lord destroyed everything from off the face of the earth because of the wickedness of their deeds. And because of the blood which they had shed in the midst of the earth, he destroyed everything. And we were left, I and you, my sons, and everything that entered with us into the ark. And behold, I see your works before me, that ye do not walk in righteousness, for in the path of destruction ye have begun to walk, and ye are parting one from another, and are envious one of another, and so it cometh that ye are not in harmony, my sons, each with his brother. For I see, and behold, the demons have begun their seductions against you, and against your children. And now I fear on your behalf, that after my death ye will shed the blood of men upon the earth, and that ye too will be destroyed from the face of the earth. For whoso sheddeth man's blood, and whoso eateth the blood of any flesh, will all be destroyed from the earth. There will not be left any man that eateth blood, or that sheddeth the blood of man on the earth, nor will there be left to him any seed or descendants living under heaven. For into Sheol will they go, and into the place of condemnation will they descend, and into the darkness of the deep will they all be removed by a violent death. There shall be no blood seen upon you of all the blood there shall be, all the days in which ye have killed any beasts or cattle or whatever fleeth upon the earth, and work ye a good work to your souls by covering that which hath been shed on the face of the earth. And ye shall not be like him who eateth with blood, but guard yourselves that none may eat blood before you. Cover the blood, for thus have I been commanded to testify to you and your children, together with all flesh. And suffer not the soul to be eaten with the flesh, that your blood, which is your life, may not be required at the hand of any flesh that sheddeth it on the earth. For the earth will not be clean from the blood which hath been shed upon it, for only through the blood of him that shed it will the earth be purified throughout all its generations. And now, my children, hearken, work judgment and righteousness, that ye may be planted in righteousness over the face of the whole earth, and your glory lifted up before my God, who saved me from the waters of the flood. And behold, ye will go and build for yourselves cities, and plant in them all the plants that are upon the earth, and moreover all fruit-bearing trees. For 3 years the fruit of everything that is eaten will not be gathered, and in the 4th year its fruit will be accounted holy, and they will offer the first fruits, acceptable before the Most High God, who created heaven and earth and all things. Let them offer in abundance the first of the wine and oil as first fruits on the altar of the Lord, who receiveth it. And what is left, let the servants of the house of the Lord eat before the altar which receiveth it. And in the 5th year make ye the release, so that ye release it in righteousness and uprightness, and ye shall be righteous, and all that you plant will prosper. For thus did Enoch, the father of your father, command Methuselah his son, and Methuselah his son Lamech, and Lamech commanded me all the things which his fathers commanded him. And I also will give you commandment, my sons, as Enoch commanded his son in the first jubilees, whilst still living, the 7th in his generation, he commanded and testified to his son, and to his son's sons, until the day of his death. Genealogy of the descendants of Shem. In the 29th Jubilee, in the 1st week, in the beginning thereof, Arpachshad took to himself a wife, and her name was Rasuaiah, the daughter of Elam. And she bore him a son in the 3rd year of this week, and he called his name Canon. And the son grew, and his father taught him writing. And he went to seek for himself a place where he might seize for himself a city. And he found a writing which former generations had carved on the rock, and he read what was thereon, and he transcribed it and sinned because of it. For it contained the teaching of the watchers, in accordance with which they observed the omens of the sun and moon and stars in all the signs of heaven. And he wrote it down, and said nothing regarding it, for he feared to speak to Noah, lest Noah be angry with him. And in the 30th Jubilee, in the 2nd week, in the 1st year thereof, he took to himself a wife, Milcah, the daughter of Madai, the son of Japheth. And in the 4th year he begat a son, and called his name Shelah, for he said, Truly I have been sent. And Shelah grew, and took to himself a wife, Muach, the daughter of Kesed, his father's brother, in the 31st Jubilee, in the 5th week, in the 1st year thereof. And she bore him a son in the 5th year. And he called his name Eber. And Eber took to himself a wife, Azurad, the daughter of Nebrod, in the 32nd Jubilee, in the 7th week, in the 3rd year thereof. And in the 6th year she bore him a son, and he called his name Peleg. For in the days when he was born, the children of Noah began to divide the earth amongst themselves. And they divided it secretly, and told it to Noah. And in the beginning of the 33rd Jubilee, they divided the earth into 3 parts for Shem, Ham, and Japheth, according to their inheritance, in the first year of the first week, when one of the holy ones who had been sent was with them. And Noah called his sons, and they drew near to him, they and their children. And he divided the earth into lots. And they reached forth their hands, and took the writing from the bosom of Noah their father. And Shem's lot came forth as the middle of the earth, from the mountain range of Rapha, from the mouth of the river Tina, extending westward through the midst of the river until it reached the waters of the abysses, which pour into the sea Meat. All that is toward the north belonged to Japheth, and all that is toward the south belonged to Shem. And his portion extended to Carasso, in the bosom of the tongue which looks toward the south, and along the great sea in a straight line to the west of the tongue which looks toward the south, the tongue of the Egyptian sea. And it turned southward to the mouth of the great sea, and westward to Afra, and to the waters of the river Gihon, and to the south of the Gihon, and it extended eastward to the Garden of Eden, to the south thereof. And from the east of the whole land of Eden it turned eastward, until it reached the mountain Rapha, and descended to the mouth of the river Tina. This portion came forth for Shem and his sons forever. And Noah rejoiced, remembering the prophecy he had spoken. Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and may the Lord dwell in the dwelling of Shem. And he knew that the Garden of Eden is the Holy of Holies, and the dwelling of the Lord, and Mount Sinai is the center of the desert, and Mount Zion is the center of the navel of the earth, 3 holy places facing each other. And he blessed the God of gods, who had put the word of the Lord into his mouth. And he knew that a blessed portion had come to Shem and his sons forever, the whole land of Eden, the Red Sea, the east, India, the mountains of Bashan, Lebanon, Kaftur, Sanir, Amana, the mountains of Asur, the land of Elam, Asur, Babel, Susan, Maidai, the mountains of Ararat, and the region beyond the sea toward the north, a blessed and spacious land. And for Ham came forth the second portion, beyond the Gihon toward the south, extending to the mountains of fire, to the sea of Atel, and to the sea of Ma'uk, into which everything not destroyed descends. And it extended northward to Gadir, and to the coast of the great sea, returning to the Gihon and the right of the Garden of Eden. And for Japheth came forth the third portion, beyond the river Tina, extending northeast to the region of Gog, northward to the mountains of Kelt, to the sea of Ma'uk, east of Gadir, and to the waters of the sea of Me'at, returning to the river Tina and the mountain Rapha. And his inheritance included 5 great islands and a great land in the north. But it is cold. The land of Ham is hot, and the land of Shem is of blended cold and heat. Subdivision among the grandchildren. And Ham divided his portion among his sons, Cush toward the east, Mizraim to the west of him, Put to the west of him, and Canaan to the west by the sea. And Shem divided among his sons, Elam to the east of the Tigris, including India and the Red Sea coast. Asher received Assyria, Nineveh, and Shinar. Arpachshad received the land of the Chaldees to the east of the Euphrates. Aram received Mesopotamia, and Lud received the mountains of Assur to the great sea. And Japheth divided his inheritance, Gomer to the east, Magog to the inner north, Madai to the islands, Javan to every island, Tubal to the tongues of land near Lud, Meshech beyond the third tongue, and Tiras to 4 great islands. And the sons of Noah divided the land in the presence of Noah their father, and he bound them by an oath, cursing anyone who seized a portion not allotted to him. And they all said, so be it, for themselves and their sons forever, until the day of judgment, when the Lord shall judge them with sword and fire. Noah's sons led astray by evil spirits. Noah's prayer, Mastema, death of Noah. And in the 3rd week of this jubilee, the unclean demons began to lead astray the children of the sons of Noah, and to make them err and destroy them. And the sons of Noah came to Noah their father, and they told him concerning the demons which were leading astray, and blinding and slaying his sons' sons. And he prayed before the Lord his God, and said, God of the spirits of all flesh, who hast shown mercy unto me, and hast saved me and my sons from the waters of the flood, and hast not caused me to perish, as thou didst the sons of perdition. For thy grace hath been great toward me, and great hath been thy mercy to my soul. Let thy grace be lifted up upon my sons, and let not wicked spirits rule over them, lest they should destroy them from the earth. But do thou bless me and my sons, that we may increase and multiply and replenish the earth. And thou knowest how thy watchers, the fathers of these spirits, acted in my day. And as for these spirits which are living, imprison them, and hold them fast in the place of condemnation, and let them not bring destruction on the sons of thy servant, my God, for these are malignant, and created in order to destroy. And let them not rule over the spirits of the living, for thou alone canst exercise dominion over them. And let them not have power over the sons of the righteous from henceforth and forevermore. And the Lord our God bade us to bind all. And the chief of the spirits, Mastema, came and said, Lord Creator, let some of them remain before me, and let them hearken to my voice, and do all that I shall say unto them. For if some of them are not left to me, I shall not be able to execute the power of my will on the sons of men. For these are for corruption, and leading astray before my judgment. For great is the wickedness of the sons of men. And he said, Let the 10th part of them remain before him, and let 9 parts descend into the place of condemnation. And one of us he commanded that we should teach Noah all their medicines, for he knew that they would not walk in uprightness, nor strive in righteousness. And we did according to all his words. All the malignant evil ones we bound in the place of condemnation, and a 10th part of them we left, that they might be subject before Satan on the earth. And we explained to Noah all the medicines of their diseases, together with their seductions, how he might heal them with herbs of the earth. And Noah wrote down all things in a book, as we instructed him, concerning every kind of medicine. Thus the evil spirits were precluded from hurting the sons of Noah. And he gave all that he had written to Shem, his eldest son, for he loved him exceedingly above all his sons. And Noah slept with his fathers, and was buried on Mount Lubar in the land of Ararat. 950 years he completed in his life. And in his life on earth he excelled the children of men, save Enoch, because of the righteousness wherein he was perfect. For Enoch's office was ordained for a testimony to the generations of the world, so that he should recount all the deeds of generation unto generation till the day of judgment. The Tower of Babel and the confusion of tongues. And in the 33rd Jubilee, in the 1st year in the 2nd week, Peleg took to himself a wife, whose name was Lamna, the daughter of Sinar. And she bore him a son in the 4th year of this week. And he called his name Ru, for he said, Behold, the children of men have become evil through the wicked purpose of building for themselves a city and a tower in the land of Shinar. For they departed from the land of Ararat eastward to Shinar. For in his days they built the city and the tower, saying, Go to, let us ascend thereby into heaven. And they began to build. And in the 4th week they made brick with fire, and the bricks served them for stone. And the clay with which they cemented them together was asphalt which cometh out of the sea, and out of the fountains of water in the land of Shinar. And they built it. 43 years were they building it. Its breadth was 203 bricks, and the height of a brick was the third of one. Its height amounted to 5,433 cubits and 2 palms, and the extent of one wall was 13 stades, and of the other 30 stades. And the Lord our God said unto us, Behold, they are one people, and this they begin to do, and now nothing will be withholden from them. Go to, let us go down and confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech, and they may be dispersed into cities and nations, and one purpose will no longer abide with them till the day of judgment. And the Lord descended, and we descended with him, to see the city and the tower which the children of men had built. And he confounded their language, and they no longer understood one another's speech, and they ceased then to build the city and the tower. For this reason the whole land of Shinar is called Babel, because the Lord did there confound all the language of the children of men, and from thence they were dispersed into their cities, each according to his language and his nation. And the Lord sent a mighty wind against the tower, and overthrew it upon the earth. And behold, it was between Assur and Babylon, in the land of Shinar. And they called its name Overthrow. And in the 4th week, in the 1st year in the beginning thereof, in the 34th Jubilee, were they dispersed from the land of Shinar. The children of Noah enter their districts. Canaan seizes Palestine wrongfully. Madai receives Media. Jubilees, 10th, 28 to 36. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon unto the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he did not go into the land of his inheritance toward the west, to the sea, but dwelt in the land of Lebanon eastward and westward, from the border of Jordan, and from the border of the sea. And Ham his father, and Cush, and Mizraim his brothers, said unto him, Thou hast settled in a land which is not thine, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if thou dost do so, thou and thy sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition ye have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and thou shalt be rooted out forever. Dwell not in the dwelling of Shem, for to Shem and to his sons did it come by their lot. Cursed art thou, and cursed shalt thou be beyond all the sons of Noah, by the curse by which we bound ourselves by an oath in the presence of the holy judge, and in the presence of Noah, our father, but he did not hearken unto them, and dwelt in the land of Lebanon, from Hamath unto the entering of Egypt, he and his sons unto this day. And for this reason that land is named Canaan. And Japheth and his sons went toward the sea, and dwelt in the land of their portion. And Madai saw the land of the sea, and it did not please him. And he begged a portion from Elam and Assur, and Arpachshad, his wife's brothers, And he dwelt in the land of Media near to his wife's brothers unto this day. And he called his dwelling place, and the dwelling place of his sons Media, after the name of their father Madai. The history of the patriarchs from Reu to Abraham, the corruption of the human race. Jubilees she 1 to 15. And in the 35th Jubilee, in the 3rd week, in the 1st year thereof, Reu took to himself a wife, Orah, the daughter of the son of Kist, and she bore him a son, and he called his name Sero, in the 7th year of this week. And the sons of Noah began to war on each other, to take captive and to slay each other, and to shed the blood of men on the earth, and to eat blood, and to build strong cities and walls and towers. Individuals began to exalt themselves above the nation, and to found the beginnings of kingdoms, and to go to war, people against people, nation against nation, and city against city. And all began to do evil, and to acquire arms, and to teach their sons war. And they began to capture cities, and to sell male and female slaves. And the son of Kist, built the city of Ara of the Chaldees, and called its name after his own name, and the name of his father. And they made for themselves molten images, and worshipped each the idol they had made. And they made graven images and unclean simulacra, and malignant spirits assisted and seduced them into transgression and uncleanness. And the prince Mastema exerted himself to do all this, and he sent forth other spirits under his hand to do all manner of wrong and sin, and all manner of transgression, to corrupt and destroy, and to shed blood upon the earth. For this reason he called the name of Serug, for everyone turned to do all manner of sin and transgression. And he grew up and dwelt in of the Chaldees, near the father of his wife's mother. And he worshipped idols. And he took to himself a wife in the 36th Jubilee, in the 5th week, in the 1st year thereof, and her name was Melka, the daughter of Caber, the daughter of his father's brother. And she bore him Nahor in the 1st year of this week, and he grew and dwelt in of the Chaldees, and his father taught him the researches of the Chaldees, to divine and augur according to the signs of heaven. And in the 37th Jubilee, in the 6th week, in the 1st year thereof, he took to himself a wife, Ejaska, the daughter of Nestag of the Chaldees, and she bore him Terah in the 7th year of this week. And the prince Mastema sent ravens and birds to devour the seed which was sown in the land, to destroy the land and rob the children of men of their labors. Before they could plow in the seed, the ravens picked it from the surface of the ground. And for this reason he called his name Terah, because the ravens and birds reduced them to destitution and devoured their seed. And the years began to be barren because of the birds, and they devoured all the fruit of the trees. And it was only with great effort that they could save a little of all the fruit of the earth in their days. And in the 39th Jubilee, in the 2nd week, in the 1st year, Terah took to himself a wife, Edna, the daughter of Abram, the daughter of his father's sister. And in the 7th year of this week she bore him a son, and he called his name Abram, by the name of the father of his mother, for he had died before his daughter conceived a son. Abram seeks to convert Terah from idolatry. Abram burns the idols. Death of Haran. And it came to pass in the 6th week, in the 7th year thereof, that Abram said to Terah his father, saying, Father! And he said, Behold, here am I, my son. And he said, What help and profit have we from those idols which thou dost worship, and before which thou dost bow thyself? For there is no spirit in them, for they are dumb forms, and a misleading of the heart. Worship them not. Worship the God of heaven, who causeth the rain and the dew to descend on the earth, and doeth everything upon the earth, and hath created everything by his word, and all life is from before his face. Why do ye worship things that have no spirit in them? For they are the work of men's hands. And on your shoulders do ye bear them, and ye have no help from them, but they are a great cause of shame to those who make them, and a misleading of the heart to those who worship them. Worship them not. And his father said unto him, I also know it, my son. But what shall I do with a people who have made me to serve before them? And if I tell them the truth, they will slay me, for their soul cleaveth to them to worship them and honor them. Keep silent, my son, lest they slay thee. And these words he spake to his 2 brothers, and they were angry with him. And he kept silent. And Abram took to himself a wife, and her name was Sarai, the daughter of his father, and she became his wife. And Haran, his brother, took to himself a wife, and she bore him a son, and he called his name Lot. And Nahor, his brother, took to himself a wife. And in the 60th year of the life of Abram arose by night and burned the house of the idols, and he burned all that was in the house, and no man knew it. And they arose in the night, and sought to save their gods from the midst of the fire. And Haran hasted to save them, but the fire flamed over him, and he was burned in the fire, and he died in Ur of the Chaldees before Terah his father. And they buried him in Ur of the Chaldees. The family of Terah in Haran, Abram's experiences there, his journey to Canaan. And Terah went forth from Ur of the Chaldees, he and his sons, to go into the land of Lebanon and into the land of Canaan. And he dwelt in the land of Haran. And Abram dwelt with Terah his father in Haran 2 weeks of years. And in the 6th week, in the 5th year thereof, Abram sat up throughout the night on the new moon of the 7th month, to observe the stars from the evening to the morning, to see what would be the character of the year with regard to the rains. And he was alone as he sat and observed. And a word came into his heart, and he said, All the signs of the stars, and the signs of the moon, and of the sun, are all in the hand of the Lord. Why do I search them out? If he desireth, he causeth it to rain morning and evening, and if he desireth, he withholdeth it. And all things are in his hand. And he prayed that night, and said, My God, God most high, thou alone art my God, and thee and thy dominion have I chosen, and thou hast created all things, and all things that are the work of thy hands. Deliver me from the hands of evil spirits, who have sway over the thoughts of men's hearts, and let them not lead me astray from thee, my God. And stablish thou me and my seed forever, that we go not astray from henceforth and forevermore. And he said, Shall I return unto Ur of the Chaldees, who seek my face, that I may return to them? Or am I to remain here, in this place? The right path before thee, prosper it in the hands of thy servant, that he may fulfill it, and that I may not walk in the deceitfulness of my heart, O my God. And he made an end of speaking and praying. And behold, the word of the Lord was sent to him through me, saying, Get thee up from thy country, and from thy kindred, and from the house of thy father, unto a land which I shall show thee, and I shall make thee a great and numerous nation. I shall bless thee, and I shall make thy name great, and thou wilt be blessed in the earth. And in thee will all families of the earth be blessed. And I shall bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curse thee. And I shall be a God to thee, and thy son, and to thy son's son, and to all thy seed. Fear not, from henceforth and unto all generations of the earth. I am thy God. And the Lord God said, Open his mouth and his ears, that he may hear and speak with his mouth, with the language which hath been revealed, for it had ceased from the mouths of all the children of men from the day of the overthrow of Babel. And I opened his mouth, and his ears, and his lips, and I began to speak with him in Hebrew, in the tongue of the creation. And he took the books of his fathers, and these were written in Hebrew, and he transcribed them. And he began from henceforth to study them. And I made known to him that which he could not understand. And he studied them during the 6 rainy months. And it came to pass that he spoke to his father, and informed him that he would leave Haran to go into the land of Canaan to see it, and return to him. And Terah his father said unto him, Go in peace. May the eternal God make thy path straight, and the Lord be with thee, and protect thee from all evil, and grant unto thee grace, mercy, and favor before those who see thee. And may none of the children of men have power over thee to harm thee. Go in peace, and if thou seest a land pleasant to thy eyes to dwell in, then arise and take me to thee, and take Lot with thee, the son of Haran thy brother, as thine own son. The Lord be thee. And Nahor thy brother leave with me till thou returnest in peace. And we go with thee all together. Abram with Lot in Canaan and Egypt. Abram separates from Lot. And Abram journeyed from Haran, and he took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother Haran's son, to the land of Canaan. And he came into Assur, and proceeded to Shechem, and dwelt near a lofty oak. And he saw, and behold, the land was very pleasant from the entering of Hamath to the lofty oak. And the Lord said to him, To thee and to thy seed will I give this land. And he built an altar there, and offered upon it a burnt sacrifice to the Lord who had appeared to him. And he removed from thence unto the mountain, Bethel on the west, and Ai on the east, and pitched his tent there. And he saw, and behold, the land was very wide and good, and everything grew thereon, vines and figs and pomegranates, oaks and ilexes and terebinths and oil trees and cedars and cypresses and date trees and all trees of the field. And there was water on the mountains. And he blessed the Lord, who had led him out of Ur of the Chaldees, and had brought him to this land. And it came to pass in the 1st year, in the 7th week, on the new moon of the 1st month, that he built an altar on this mountain and called on the name of the Lord, saying, Thou, the eternal God, art my God. And he offered on the altar a burnt sacrifice unto the Lord, that he should be with him, and not forsake him all the days of his life. And he removed from thence, and went toward the south, and he came to Hebron. And Hebron was built at that time, and he dwelt there 2 years. And he went from thence into the land of the south, to Beloth, and there was a famine in the land. And Abram went into Egypt in the 3rd year of the week. And he dwelt in Egypt 5 years before his wife was torn away from him. Now Tenai in Egypt was at that time built, 7 years after Hebron. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh seized Sarai the wife of Abram, that the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Abram was very glorious by reason of possessions, in sheep and cattle, and asses and horses, and camels, and menservants and maidservants, and in silver and gold exceedingly. And Lot also, his brother's son, was wealthy. And Pharaoh gave back Sarai, the wife of Abram, and he sent him out of the land of Egypt. And he journeyed to the place where he had pitched his tent at the beginning, to the place of the altar, with Ai on the east and Bethel on the west. And he blessed the Lord his God, who had brought him back in peace. And it came to pass in the 41st Jubilee, in the 3rd year of the 1st week, that he returned to this place, and offered thereon a burnt sacrifice, and called on the name of the Lord, and said, Thou, the Most High God, art my God for ever and ever. And in the 4th year of this week, Lot parted from him. And Lot dwelt in Sodom, and the men of Sodom were sinners exceedingly. And it grieved him in his heart that his brother's son had parted from him, for he had no children. And in that year, when Lot was taken captive, the Lord said unto Abram, after Lot had parted from him, in the 4th year of this week, Lift up thine eyes from the place where thou art dwelling, northward and southward, westward and eastward. For all the land which thou seest, I shall give to thee and to thy seed forever. I shall make thy seed as the sand of the sea, though a man may number the dust of the earth. Yet thy seed shall not be numbered. Rise, walk through the land in the length of it and the breadth of it, and see it all. For to thy seed shall I give it. And Abram went to Hebron and dwelt there. God's covenant with Abram. And after these things, in the 4th year of this week, on the new moon of the 3rd month, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a dream, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy defender, and thy reward will be exceeding great. And heed, Lord, Lord, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go hence childless? And the son of Masek, the son of my handmaid, is the Damasek Eliezer. He will be my heir. And to me thou hast given no seed. And he said unto him, This man will not be thy heir, but one that will come out of thine own bowels. He will be thine heir. And he brought him forth abroad, and said unto him, Look toward heaven, and number the stars, if thou art able to number them. And he looked toward heaven, and beheld the stars, And he unto him, shall thy seed be. And he believed in the Lord, and it was counted to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee the land of the Canaanites, to possess it forever. And I shall be God unto thee, and to thy seed after thee. And he said, Lord, Lord, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me an heifer of 3 years, and a goat of 3 years, and a sheep of 3 years, and a turtle dove, and a pigeon. And he took all these in the middle of the month, and he dwelt at the oak of Mamre, which is near Hebron. And he built there an altar, and sacrificed all these. And he poured their blood upon the altar, and divided them in the midst, and laid them over against each other. But the birds divided he not, and birds came down upon the pieces. And Abram drove them away, and did not suffer the birds to touch them. And it came to pass, when the sun had set, that an ecstasy fell upon Abram. And lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And it was said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they will bring them into bondage, and afflict them 400 years. And the nation also to whom they will be in bondage will I judge. And after that they will come forth with much substance, and thou wilt go to thy fathers in peace, and be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they will return hither. For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And he awoke from his sleep, and he arose, and the sun had set, and behold, a furnace was smoking, and a flame of fire passed between the pieces. And on that day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, To thy seed will I give this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates, the Canaanites, the Kenites, the Cadmonites, the Perizzites, and the Rephaim, the Thacharites, and the Hivites, the Amorites, and the Thadites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. And the day passed, and Abram offered the pieces, and the birds, and their fruit offerings, and their drink offerings. The fire devoured them. And on that day we made a covenant with Abram, according as we had covenanted with Noah in this month. And Abram renewed the festival and ordinance for himself forever. The birth of Ishmael. And Abram rejoiced, and made all these things known to Sarai his wife. And he believed that he would have seed, but did not bear. And Sarai advised her husband Abram, and said unto him, Go in unto Hagar, my Egyptian maid. It may be that I shall build up seed unto thee by her. And Abram hearkened unto the voice of Sarai his wife, and said unto her, Do cho. And Sarai took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, and gave her to Abram her husband, to be his wife. And he went in unto her, and she conceived, and bore him a son. And he called his name Ishmael. Nay, 5th year of this week. And this was the 86th year in the life of Abram. The feast of first fruits, circumcision instituted, the promise of Isaac. And in the 5th year of the 4th week of this jubilee, in the 3rd month, in the middle of the month, Abram celebrated the feast of the first fruits of the grain harvest. And he offered new offerings on the altar, the first fruits of the produce unto the Lord, a heifer, and a goat, and a sheep on the altar as a burnt sacrifice unto the Lord. Their fruit offerings and their drink offerings he offered upon the altar with frankincense. And the Lord appeared to Abram, and said unto him, I am God Almighty. Approve thyself before me. Be thou perfect, and I will make my covenant between me and thee, and I will multiply thee exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him and said, Behold, my ordinance is with thee, and thou wilt be the father of many nations. Neither will thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name from henceforth, even forever, shall be Abraham. For the father of many nations have I made thee. I shall make thee very great, and I shall make thee into nations, and kings will come forth from thee. And I shall establish my covenant between me and thee, and thy seed after thee, throughout their generations, for an eternal covenant, so that I may be a God unto thee, and to thy seed after thee. And I shall give to thee and to thy seed after thee the land where thou hast been a sojourner, the land of Canaan, that thou mayest possess it forever. And I shall be their God. And the Lord said unto Abraham, And as for thee, do thou keep my covenant, thou and thy seed after thee, and circumcise ye every male among you, and circumcise your foreskins, and it will be a token of an eternal covenant between me and you. And the child on the 8th day ye will circumcise, every male throughout your generations, him that is born in the house, or whom ye have bought with money from any stranger, who is not of thy seed. He that is born in thy house will surely be circumcised, and those whom thou hast bought with money will be circumcised. And my covenant will be in your flesh for an eternal ordinance. The uncircumcised male who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. On the 8th day, that soul will be cut off from his people, for he hath broken my covenant. And God said unto Abraham, As for Sarai, thy wife, her name will no more be called Sarai, but Sarah will be her name. And I shall bless her, and give thee a son by her, and I shall bless him, and he will become a nation, and kings of nations will proceed from him. And Abraham fell on his face, and rejoiced, and said in his heart, Shall a son be born to him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bring forth? And Abraham said unto God, O that Ishmael might live before thee. And God said, Yea, and Sarah also will bear thee a son, and thou wilt call his name Isaac, and I shall establish my covenant with him, an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, also have I heard thee. Behold, I shall bless him, and make him great, and multiply him exceedingly. He will beget 12 princes, and I shall make him a great nation. But my covenant shall I establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to thee in these days, in next year. And he left off speaking with him, and God went up from Abraham. And Abraham did according as God had said unto him. And he took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all whom he had bought with his money, every male in his house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin. And on the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and all the men of his house, and all those born in the house, and all those bought with money from the children of the stranger, were circumcised with him. This law is for all the generations forever, and there is no circumcision of the days, and no omission of one day out of the 8 days, for it is an eternal ordinance, ordained and written on the heavenly tables. And everyone that is born, the flesh of whose foreskin is not circumcised on the 8th day, belongeth not to the children of the covenant, which the Lord made with Abraham, but to the children of destruction. Nor is there any sign on him that he is the Lord's, but he is destined to be destroyed and slain from the earth, and to be rooted out of the earth. For he hath broken the covenant of the Lord our God. For all the angels of the presence and all the angels of sanctification have been so created from the day of their creation, and before the angels of the presence and the angels of sanctification, he hath sanctified Israel, that they should be with him and with his holy angels. And do thou command the children of Israel that they observe the sign of this covenant for their generations as an eternal ordinance, and they will not be rooted out of the land. For the command is ordained for a covenant, that they should observe it forever among all the children of Israel, for Ishmael and his sons and his brothers and Esau. The Lord did not cause to approach him, and he chose them, not because they are the children of Abraham, because he knew them, but he chose Israel to be his people, and he sanctified it and gathered it from among all the children of men. For there are many nations and many peoples, and all are his, and over all hath he placed spirits in authority to lead them astray from him. But over Israel he did not appoint any angel or spirit, for he alone is their ruler. He will preserve them and require them at the hand of his angels and his spirits, and at the hand of all his powers, in order that he may preserve them and bless them, and that they may be his, and he may be theirs from henceforth forever. And now I announce unto thee that the children of Israel will not keep true to this ordinance, and they will not circumcise their sons according to all this law. For in the flesh of their circumcision they will omit this circumcision of their sons, and all of them, sons of Belial, will leave their sons uncircumcised as they were born, and there will be great wrath from the Lord against the children of Israel, because they have forsaken his covenant, and turned aside from his word, and provoked and blasphemed, inasmuch as they do not observe the ordinance of this law, for they have treated their members like the Gentiles, so that they may be removed and rooted out of the land. There will no more be pardon or forgiveness unto them for all the sin of this eternal error, angelic visitation of Abraham in Hebron, promise of Isaac, destruction of Sodom, Lot's deliverance. And on the new moon of the 4th month we appeared unto Abraham at the oak of Mamre, and we talked with him, and we announced to him that a son would be given to him by Sarah his wife. And Sarah laughed, for she heard that we had spoken these words with Abraham, and we admonished her. And she became afraid, and denied that she had laughed on account of the words. And we told her the name of her son, as his name is ordained and written in the heavenly tables, Isaac. And we told her that when we returned to her at a set time, she would have conceived a son. And in this month the Lord executed his judgments on Sodom and Gomorrah and Zeboim and all the region of the Jordan. And he burned them with fire and brimstone, and destroyed them until this day, even as I have declared unto thee all their works, that they are wicked and sinners exceedingly, and that they defile themselves and commit fornication in their flesh, and work uncleanness on the earth. And in like manner God will execute judgment on the places where they have done according to the uncleanness of the Sodomites, like unto the judgment of Sodom. But Lot we saved, for God remembered Abraham, and sent him out from the midst of the overthrow. And he and his daughters committed sin upon the earth, such as had not been on the earth since the days of Adam till his time, for the man lay with his daughters. And behold, it was commanded and engraven concerning all his seed on the heavenly tables, to remove them and root them out, and to execute judgment upon them like the judgment of Sodom, and to leave no seed of the man on earth on the day of condemnation. Abraham at Beersheba, birth and circumcision of Isaac, institution of the Feast of Tabernacles. And in this month Abraham moved from Hebron, and departed, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur in the mountains of Gerar. And in the middle of the 5th month he moved from thence, and dwelt at the well of the oath. And in the middle of the 6th month the Lord visited Sarah, and did unto her as he had spoken. And she conceived, and she bore a son in the 3rd month, in the middle of the month, at the time of which the Lord had spoken to Abraham, on the festival of the first fruits of the harvest. Isaac was born, and Abraham circumcised his son on the 8th day. He was the first that was circumcised according to the covenant, which is ordained forever. And in the 6th year of the 4th week we came to Abraham, to the well of the oath, and we appeared unto him, and we blessed him, and we announced to him all the things which had been decreed concerning him, that he should not die till he should beget 6 sons more, and should see them before he died, but that in Isaac should his name and seed be called, and that all the seed of his sons should be Gentiles, and be reckoned with the Gentiles. But from the sons of Isaac one should become a holy seed, and should not be reckoned among the Gentiles. For he should become the portion of the Most High, and all his seed had fallen into the possession of God, that it should be unto the Lord a people for his possession above all nations, and that it should become a kingdom and priests and a holy nation. And we went our way, and we announced to Sarah all that we had told him, and they both rejoiced with exceeding great joy. And he built there an altar to the Lord who had delivered him, and who was making him rejoice in the land of his sojourning. And he celebrated a festival of joy in this month, 7 days, near the altar which he had built at the well of the oath. And he built booths for himself and for his servants on this festival, and he was the first to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles on the earth. And during these 7 days he brought each day to the altar a burnt offering to the Lord, 2 oxen, 2 rams, 7 sheep, 1 he-goat for a sin offering, that he might atone thereby for himself and for his seed. And as a thank offering, 7 rams, 7 kids, 7 sheep, and 7 he-goats, and their fruit offerings and their drink offerings, and he burnt all the fat thereof on the altar, a chosen offering unto the Lord for a sweet-smelling savor. And morning and evening he burnt fragrant substances, frankincense, galbanum, stacked, nard, myrrh, spice, and costum. All these 7 he offered, crushed, mixed together in equal parts and pure. And he celebrated this feast during 7 days, rejoicing with all his heart and with all his soul, he and all those who were in his house. And there was no stranger with him, nor any that was uncircumcised. And he blessed his Creator who had created him in his generation. For he had created him according to his good pleasure, for he knew and perceived that from him would arise the plant of righteousness for the eternal generations, and from him a holy seed, so that it should become like him who had made all things. And he blessed and rejoiced. And he called the name of this festival the festival of the Lord, a joy acceptable to the Most High God. And we blessed him forever, and all his seed after him throughout all the generations of the earth, because he celebrated this festival in its season according to the testimony of the heavenly tables. For this reason it is ordained on the heavenly tables concerning Israel that they shall celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days with joy, in the 7th month, acceptable before the Lord, a statute forever throughout their generations every year. And to this there is no limit of days. For it is ordained forever regarding Israel that they should celebrate it and dwell in booths, and set wreaths upon their heads, and take leafy boughs and willows from the brook. And Abraham took branches of palm trees, and the fruit of goodly trees, and every day going round the altar with the branches 7 times a day in the morning, he praised and gave thanks to his God for all things in joy. The expulsion of Hagar and Ishmael. And in the first year of the 5th week, Isaac was weaned in this jubilee, and Abraham made a great banquet in the 3rd month, on the day his son Isaac was weaned. And Ishmael, the son of Hagar the Egyptian, was before the face of Abraham his father in his place. And Abraham rejoiced and blessed God because he had seen his sons and had not died childless. And he remembered the words which he had spoken to him on the day on which Lot had parted from him. And he rejoiced because the Lord had given him seed upon the earth to inherit the earth. And he blessed with all his mouth the Creator of all things. And Sarah saw Ishmael playing and dancing, and Abraham rejoicing with great joy. And she became jealous of Ishmael, and said to Abraham, "Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman will not be heir with my son, Isaac." And the thing was grievous in Abraham's sight, because of his maidservant and because of his son, that he should drive them from him. And God said to Abraham, "Let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the child, and because of the bondwoman. In all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken to her words, and do them. For in Isaac shall thy name and seed be called. But as for the son of this bondwoman, I will make him a great nation, because he is of thy seed." And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and placed them on the shoulders of Hagar and the child, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water in the bottle was spent, and the child thirsted and was not able to go on, and fell down. And his mother took him, and cast him under an olive tree, and went and sat her down over against him, at the distance of a bow shot, for she said, "Let me not see the death of my child." And as she sat, she wept. And an angel of God, one of the holy ones, said unto her, "Why weepest thou, Hagar? Arise, take the child, and hold him in thine hand. For God hath heard thy voice, and hath seen the child." And she opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled her bottle with water. And she gave the child to drink. And she arose and went toward the wilderness of Paran. And the child grew and became an archer, and God was with him. And his mother took him a wife from among the daughters of Egypt. And she bore him a son. And he called his name Nebaioth. For she said, "The Lord was nigh to me when I called upon him." Mastema proposes that Abraham be tested. And it came to pass in the 7th week, in the 1st year thereof, in the 1st month of this jubilee, on the 12th of this month, there were voices in heaven regarding Abraham, that he was faithful in all that he told him, and that he loved the Lord, and that in every affliction he was faithful. And the prince Mastema came and said before God, "Behold, Abraham loveth Isaac his son, and he delighteth in him above all things else. Bid him offer him as a burnt offering on the altar, and thou wilt see if he will do this command, and thou wilt know if he is faithful in everything wherein thou dost try him." And the Lord knew that Abraham was faithful in all his afflictions, for he had tried him through his country and with famine, and had tried him with the wealth of kings, and had tried him again through his wife when she was torn from him, and with circumcision, and had tried him through Ishmael and Hagar, his maidservant, when he sent them away. And in everything wherein he had tried him, he was found faithful, And his soul was not impatient, and he was not slow to act, for he was faithful and a lover of the Lord. The sacrifice of Isaac. Abraham turns to Beersheba, and God said to him, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here am I. And he said, Take thy beloved son, whom thou lovest, even Isaac, and go unto the high country, and offer him on one of the mountains, which I will point out unto thee. And he rose early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took his 2 young men with him, and Isaac his son. And he clave the wood of the burnt offering, and went to the place on the 3rd day. And he saw the place afar off, and he came to a well of water. And he said to his young men, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad shall go yonder. And when we have worshipped, we shall come again to you. And he took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it on Isaac his son. And he took in his hand the fire and the knife, and they went both of them together to that place. And Isaac said to his father, Father. And he said, Here am I, my son. And he said, Behold the fire, and the knife, and the wood. But where is the sheep for the burnt offering, Father? And he said, God will provide for himself a sheep for a burnt offering, my son. And he drew near to the place of the Mount of God. And he built an altar, and placed the wood on the altar, and bound Isaac his son, and placed him on the wood which was upon the altar. And he stretched forth his hand to take the knife to slay Isaac his son. And I stood before him, and before the prince of Mastema, and the Lord said, Bid him not to lay his hand on the lad, nor to do anything to him, for I have shown that he feareth the Lord. And I called to him from heaven, and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he was terrified, and said, Behold, here am I. And I said unto him, Lay not thy hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything to him. For now I have shown that thou fearest the Lord, and hast not withheld thy son, thy firstborn son, from me. And the prince of Mastema was put to shame. And Abraham lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, a single ram caught by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered it for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called that place, The Lord hath seen, so that it is said in the mount, The Lord hath seen, that is, Mount Sinai. And the Lord called Abraham by his name a second time from heaven, as he caused us to appear to speak to him in the name of the Lord. By myself have I sworn, saith the Lord, because thou hast done then thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thy beloved son, from me, that in blessing I shall bless thee, and in multiplying I shall multiply thy seed, as the stars of heaven, and as the sand which is on the seashore. And thy seed will inherit the cities of its enemies, and in thy seed will all nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. And I have shown to all that thou art faithful unto me in all that I have said unto thee. Go in peace. And Abraham went to his young men. And they arose and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt by the well of the oath. And he celebrated this festival every year, 7 days with joy, and he called it the festival of the Lord, according to the 7 days during which he went and returned in peace. And accordingly, it has been ordained and written on the heavenly tables regarding Israel and its seed that they should observe this festival 7 days with the joy of festival, and the death and burial of Sarah. And Abraham returned and dwelt opposite Hebron, that is, Kirjath Arba, 2 weeks of years. And the days of the life of Sarah were accomplished, and she died in Hebron. And Abraham went to mourn over her and to bury her, and we tried him to see if his spirit were patient, and he were not indignant in the words of his mouth, and he was found patient in this, and was not disturbed. For in patience of spirit he conversed with the children of Heth, that they should give him a place in which to bury his dead. And the Lord gave him grace before all who saw him, and he besought in gentleness the sons of Heth. And they gave him the land of the double cave over against Mamre, that is Hebron, for 400 pieces of silver. And they besought him, saying, We shall give it to thee for nothing. But he would not take it for nothing, for he gave the price of the place in full, and he bowed down before them twice. And after this he buried his dead in the double cave. And all the days of the life of Sarah were 127 years, 2 jubilees, 4 weeks, and 1 year. This is the 10th trial wherewith Abraham was tried. And he was found faithful, patient in spirit. And he said not a single word regarding the rumor in the land that God had said he would give it to him and to his seed after him. And he begged a place there to bury his dead, for he was found faithful, and was recorded on the heavenly tables as the friend of God. Marriage of Isaac, Abraham's third wife, birth of Esau. And Abraham took a wife for his son Isaac, and her name was Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Nahor, the brother of Abraham, the sister of Laban. And Abraham took to himself a third wife, and her name was Keturah, from among the daughters of his household servants, for Hagar had died before Sarah. And she bore him 6 sons, Zimram, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua, in the 2 weeks of years. And Rebekah bore to Isaac 2 sons, Jacob and Esau. And Jacob was a smooth and upright man, and Esau was fierce, a man of the field and hairy, and Jacob dwelt in tents. And the youths grew, and Jacob learned to write, but Esau did not learn, for he was a man of the field and a hunter, and he learned war, and all his deeds were fierce. Abraham loves Jacob and blesses him. And Abraham loved Jacob, but Isaac loved Esau. And Abraham saw the deeds of Esau, and he knew that in Jacob should his name and seed be called. And he called Rebekah, and gave commandment regarding Jacob, for he knew that she also loved Jacob much more than Esau. And he said unto her, My daughter, watch over my son Jacob, for he shall be in my stead on the earth, and for a blessing in the midst of the children of men, and for the glory of the whole seed of Shem. For I know that the Lord will choose him to be a people for possession unto himself, above all peoples that are upon the face of the earth. And behold, Isaac my son loveth Esau more than Jacob, but I see that thou truly lovest Jacob. Add still further to thy kindness to him, and let thine eyes be upon him in love. For he will be a blessing unto us on the earth, from henceforth unto all generations of the earth. Let thy hands be strong, and let thy heart rejoice in thy son Jacob. For I have loved him far beyond all my sons. He will be blessed forever, and his seed will fill the whole earth. If a man can number the sand of the earth, his seed also will be numbered, and all the blessings wherewith the Lord hath blessed me, and my seed shall belong to Jacob, and his seed alway, and in his seed shall my name be blessed, and the name of all my fathers, Shem, and Noah, and Enoch, and Mahalalel, and Enos, and Seth, and Adam, and these shall serve to lay the foundations of the heaven, and to strengthen the earth, and to renew all the luminaries which are in the firmament. And he called Jacob before the eyes of Rebekah his mother, and kissed him, and blessed him, and said, Jacob, my beloved son, whom my soul loveth, may God bless thee from above the firmament, and may he give thee all the blessings wherewith he blessed Adam, and Enoch, and Noah, and Shem, and all the things of which he told me, and all the things which he promised to give me. May he cause to cleave to thee, and to thy seed forever, according to the days of heaven above the earth. And the spirits of Mastema shall not rule over thee, or over thy seed, to turn thee from the Lord, who is thy God, from henceforth forever. And may the Lord God be a father to thee, and thou the firstborn son, and to the people alway. Go in peace, my son. And they both went forth together from Abraham. And Rebekah loved Jacob with all her heart, and with all her soul, very much more than Esau. But Isaac loved Esau much more than Jacob. Abraham's last words to his children and grandchildren. And Abraham called Ishmael and his 12 sons, and Isaac and his 2 sons, and the 6 sons of Keturah and their sons. And he commanded them that they should observe the way of the Lord, that they should work righteousness, and love each his neighbor, and act in this manner among all men, that they should each so walk as to do judgment and righteousness on the earth, that they should circumcise their sons according to the covenant which he had made with them, and not deviate to the right hand or the left of all the paths which the Lord had commanded us, and that we should keep ourselves from all fornication and uncleanness, and renounce from among us all fornication and uncleanness. And if any woman or maid commit fornication among you, burn her with fire. And let them not commit fornication with her after their eyes and their heart, and let them not take to themselves wives from the daughters of Canaan. For the seed of Canaan will be rooted out of the land. And he told them of the judgment of the giants, and the judgment of the Sodomites, how they had been judged on account of their wickedness, and had died on account of their fornication and uncleanness and mutual corruption through fornication. And guard yourselves from all fornication and uncleanness, and from all pollution of sin, lest ye make our name a curse, and your whole life a hissing, and all your son be destroyed by the sword, and ye become accursed like Sodom, and all your remnant as the sons of Gomorrah. I implore you, my sons, love the God of heaven, and cleave ye to all his commandments, and walk not after their idols, and after their uncleannesses, and make not for yourselves molten or graven gods, for they are vanity. There is no spirit in them, for they are the work of men's hands, and all who trust in them trust in nothing. Serve them not, nor worship them, but serve ye the Most High God, and worship him continually, and hope for his countenance always, and work uprightness and righteousness before him, that he may have pleasure in you, and grant you his mercy, and send rain upon you morning and evening, and bless all your works which ye have wrought upon the earth, and bless thy bread and thy water, and bless the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy land, and the herds of thy cattle, and the flocks of thy sheep, and ye will be for a blessing on the earth, and all nations of the earth will desire you, and bless your sons in my name, that they may be blessed as I am. And he gave to Ishmael and to his sons, and to the sons of Keturah gifts, and sent them away from Isaac his son. And he gave everything to Isaac his son, the dwelling places of the Ishmaelites, and the sons of Keturah. Jubilees XX 12-13. And Ishmael and his sons, and the sons of Keturah and their sons, went together and dwelt from Paran to the entering in of Babylon, in all the land which is toward the east, facing the desert. And these mingled with each other, and their name was called Arabs and Ishmaelites. Abraham's last words to Isaac. And Abraham called Isaac his son, and commanded him, saying, I am become old, and know not the day of my death, and am full of my days. And behold, I am 175 years old, and throughout all the days of my life I have remembered the Lord, and sought with all my heart to do his will, and to walk uprightly in all his ways. My soul hath hated idols, and I have despised those that serve them. And I have given my heart and spirit, that I might observe to do the will of him who created me. For he is the living God. He is holy and faithful. He is righteous beyond all. With him there is no accepting of persons, and no accepting of gifts. For God is righteous, and executeth judgment on all those who transgress his commandments, and despise his covenant. And do thou, my son, observe his commandments, and his ordinances, and his judgments, and walk not after the abominations, and after the graven images, and after the molten images, and eat no blood at all of animals or cattle, or of any bird which fleeth in the heaven. And if thou dost slay a victim as an acceptable peace offering, slay it and pour out its blood upon the altar, and all the fat of the offering offer on the altar, with fine flour mingled with oil, where its drink offering, offer them all together on the altar of burnt offering. It is a sweet savor before the Lord, and thou wilt offer the fat of the sacrifice of thank offerings on the fire which is upon the altar, the fat on the belly, and all the fat on the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and all the fat that is upon them, and upon the loins and the liver. Thou shalt remove together with the kidneys, and offer all these for a sweet savor acceptable before the Lord, with its meat offering and its drink offering, the bread of the offering unto the Lord, and eat its meat on that day, and on the 2nd day. And let not the sun on the 2nd day go down upon it till it is eaten, and let nothing be left over for the 3rd day, for it is not acceptable, and let it no longer be eaten. All who eat thereof will bring sin upon themselves. For thus I have found it written in the books of my forefathers, in the words of Enoch, and in the words of Noah. And on all thy oblations thou shalt strew salt, and let not the salt of the covenant be lacking in all thy oblations before the Lord. And as regards the wood of the sacrifices, beware lest thou bring other wood for the altar, in addition to these: cypress, diffran, sagad, pine, fir, cedar, savin, palm, olive, myrrh, laurel, citron, juniper, and balsam. And of these kinds of wood lay upon the altar under the sacrifice, such as have been tested as to their appearance. Do not lay thereon any split or dark wood, but hard and clean, without fault, a sound and new growth. Do not lay thereon old wood, for its fragrance is gone. Besides these kinds of wood, there is none other that thou shalt place on the altar, for the fragrance is dispersed, and the smell of its fragrance goeth not up to heaven. Observe this commandment, and do it, my son, that thou mayest be upright in all thy deeds, and at all times be clean in thy body, and wash thyself with water before thou approachest to offer on the altar. Wash thy hands and thy feet before thou drawest near to the altar, and when thou art done sacrificing, wash again thy hands and thy feet, and let no blood appear upon thee, nor upon thy clothes. Be on thy guard, my son, against blood. Be on thy guard exceedingly. Cover it with dust, and do not eat any blood, for it is the soul. Eat no blood whatever, and take no gifts for the blood of man, lest it be shed with impunity, without judgment. For it is the blood that is shed that causeth the earth to sin, and the earth cannot be cleansed from the blood of man, save by the blood of him who shed it. And take no present or gift for the blood of man, blood for blood, that thou mayest be accepted before the Lord, the Most High God. For he is the defense of the good, and that thou mayest be preserved from all evil, and that he may save thee from every kind of death. I see, my son, that all the works of the children of men are sin and wickedness, and all their deeds are uncleanness, and an abomination and a pollution, and there is no righteousness with them. Beware lest thou shouldest walk in their ways, and tread in their paths, and sin a sin unto death before the Most High God. Else he will hide his face from thee, and give thee back into the hands of thy transgression, and root thee out of the land, and thy seed likewise from under heaven. Thy name and thy seed will perish from the whole earth. Turn away from all their deeds and all their uncleanness, and observe the ordinance of the Most High God. Do his will and be upright in all things, and he will bless thee in all thy deeds, and will raise up thee the plant of righteousness through all the earth, throughout all generations of the earth. And my name and thy name will not be forgotten under heaven forever. Go, my son, in peace. May the Most High God, my God and thy God, strengthen thee to do his will, and may he bless all thy seed, the residue of thy seed, for the generations forever, with all righteous blessings, that thou mayest be a blessing on all the earth. And he went out from him, rejoicing. Isaac, Ishmael, and Jacob join Abraham for the last time. And it came to pass that Isaac and Ishmael came from the well of the oath to celebrate the Feast of Weeks, the feast of the first fruits of the harvest, to Abraham their father. And Abraham rejoiced because his 2 sons had come. For Isaac had many possessions in Beersheba, and he was wont to go and see his possessions and return to his father. And in those days Ishmael came to see his father, and they both came together. And Isaac offered a burnt offering on the altar of his father, which he had made in Hebron. And he offered a thank offering, and made a feast of joy before Ishmael his brother. And Rebekah made new cakes from the new grain, and gave them to Jacob her son to take to Abraham his father from the first fruits of the land, that he might eat and bless the Creator of all things before he died. And Isaac also sent by the hand of Jacob a best thank offering, that he might eat and drink. And he ate and drank, and blessed the Most High God, who hath created heaven and earth, who hath made all the fat things of the earth, and given them to the children of men, they might eat and drink and bless their Creator. And now I give thanks unto thee, my God, because thou hast caused me to see this day. Behold, I am 160 years, an old man, and full of days, and all my days have been unto me peace. The sword of the adversary hath not overcome me in all that thou hast given me and my children, all the days of my life until this day. My God, may thy mercy and thy peace be upon thy servant, and upon the seed of his sons, that they may be to thee a chosen nation, and an inheritance from among all the nations of the earth, from henceforth unto all the days of the generations of the earth, unto all the ages. Abraham's last words to and blessings of Jacob. And he called Jacob and said, My son Jacob, may the God of all bless thee and strengthen thee to do righteousness, and his will before him. And may he choose thee and thy seed, that ye may become a people for his inheritance, according to his will always. And do thou, my son Jacob, draw near and kiss me. And he drew near and kissed him. And he said, Blessed be my son Jacob, and all the sons of God Most High, unto all the ages. May God give unto thee a seed of righteousness, and some of thy sons may he sanctify. In the midst of the whole earth may nations serve thee, and all the nations bow themselves before thy seed. Be strong in the presence of men, and exercise authority over all the seed of Seth. Then thy ways and the ways of thy sons will be justified, so that they shall become a holy nation. May the Most High God give thee all the blessings wherewith he hath blessed me, and wherewith he blessed Noah and Adam. May they rest on the sacred head of thy seed, from generation to generation forever. And may he cleanse thee from all unrighteousness and impurity, that thou mayest be forgiven all thy transgressions and thy sins of ignorance. And may he strengthen thee and bless thee, and mayest thou inherit the whole earth. And may he renew his covenant with thee, that thou mayest be to him a nation for his inheritance, for all the ages, and that he may be to thee and to thy seed a God in truth and righteousness throughout all the days of the earth. And do thou, my son Jacob, remember my words, and observe the commandments of Abraham thy father. Separate thyself from the nations, and eat not with them, and do not according to their works, and become not their associate. For their works are unclean, and all their ways are a pollution and an abomination. And uncleanness they offer their sacrifices to the dead, and they worship evil spirits, and they eat over the graves, and all their works are vanity and nothingness. They have no heart to understand, and their eyes do not see what their works are, and how they err in saying to a piece of wood, "Thou art my God," and to a stone, "Thou art my Lord, and thou art my deliverer. And as for thee, my son Jacob, may the Most High God help thee, the God of heaven bless thee, and remove thee from their uncleanness, and from all their error. Be thou ware, my son Jacob, of taking a wife from any seed of the daughters of Canaan, for all his seed is to be rooted out of the earth. For owing to the transgression of Ham, Canaan erred, and all his seed will be destroyed from off the earth, and all the residue thereof, and none springing from him will be saved on the day of judgment. And as for all the worshippers of idols and the profane, there will be no hope for them in the land of the living, and there will be no remembrance of them on the earth. For they will descend into Sheol, and into the place of condemnation will they go, as the children of Sodom were taken away from the earth. So will all those who worship idols be taken away. Fear not, my son Jacob, and be not dismayed, O son of Abraham. May the Most High God preserve thee from destruction, and from all the paths of error may he deliver thee. This house have I built for myself, that I might put my name upon it in the earth. It is given to thee and to thy seed forever, and it will be named the house of Abraham. It is given to thee and to thy seed forever. For thou wilt build my house and establish my name before God forever. Thy seed and thy name will stand throughout all generations of the earth. And he ceased commanding him and blessing him. And the two lay together on one bed. And Jacob slept in the bosom of Abraham, his father's father. He kissed him 7 times, and his affection and his heart rejoiced over him. And he blessed him with all his heart, and said, "The Most High God, the God of all, and Creator of all, who brought me forth from Ur of the Chaldees, that he might give me this land to inherit forever, and that I might establish a holy seed. Blessed be the Most High forever." And he blessed Jacob and said, "My son, over whom with all my heart and my affection I rejoice, may thy grace and thy mercy be lifted up upon him, and upon his seed alway, and do not forsake him, nor set him at naught, from henceforth unto the days of eternity. And may thine eyes be opened upon him, and upon his seed, that thou mayest preserve him, and bless him, and mayest sanctify him as a nation for thine inheritance, and bless him with all thy blessings, from henceforth unto all the days of eternity, and renew thy covenant and thy grace with him and with his seed, according to all thy good pleasure, unto all the generations of the earth, the decreasing years and increasing corruption of mankind. Jubilees, thereafter 3rd, 9-17. For the days of the forefathers of their life were 19 jubilees, and after the flood they began to grow less than 19 jubilees, and to decrease in jubilees, and to grow old quickly, and to be full of their days by reason of manifold tribulation and the wickedness of their ways, with the exception of Abraham. For Abraham was perfect in all his deeds with the Lord, and well-pleasing in righteousness all the days of his life. And behold, he did not complete 4 jubilees in his life, when he had grown old by reason of the wickedness, and was full of his days. And all the generations which will arise from this time until the day of the great judgment will grow old quickly, before they complete 2 jubilees, and their knowledge will forsake them by reason of their old age, and all their knowledge will vanish away. And in those days, if a man live a jubilee and a half of years, they will say regarding him, he hath lived long, and the greater part of his days are pain and sorrow and tribulation. There is in no, for calamity followeth on calamity, and wound on wound, and tribulation on tribulation, and evil tidings on evil tidings, and illness on illness, and all evil judgments such as these, one with another, illness and overthrow, and snow and frost and ice, and fever and chills and torpor, and famine and death and sword and captivity, and all kinds of calamities and pains. And all these will come on an evil generation, which transgresseth on the earth. Their works are uncleanness and fornication, and pollution and abominations. Then they will say, the days of the forefathers were many, even unto 1,000 years, and were good. But behold, the days of our life, if a man hath lived many, are 60 years and 10, and if he is strong, 80 years. And those evil, and there is no peace in the days of this evil generation. And in that generation the sons will convict their fathers and their elders of sin and unrighteousness, and of the words of their mouth, and the great wickednesses which they perpetrate, and concerning their forsaking the covenant which the Lord made between them and him, that they should observe and do all his commandments and his ordinances and all his laws, without departing either to the right hand or to the left. For all have done evil, and every mouth speaketh iniquity, and all their works are an uncleanness and an abomination, and all their ways are pollution, uncleanness, and destruction. The Messianic woes. Behold, the earth will be destroyed on account of all their works, and there will be no seed of the vine and no oil, for their works are altogether faithless, and they will all perish together, beasts and cattle and birds, and all the fish of the sea, on account of the children of men, and they will strive one with another, the young with the old, and the old with the young, the poor with the rich, and the lowly with the great. and the beggar with the prince, on account of the law and the covenant. For they have forgotten commandment and covenant and feasts and months and Sabbaths and jubilees and all judgments. And they will stand with bows and swords and war to turn them back into the way. But they will not return until much blood hath been shed on the earth, one by another. And those who have escaped will not return from their wickedness to the way of righteousness, but they will all exalt themselves to deceit and wealth, that they may each take all that is his neighbor's. And they will name the great name, but not in truth and not in righteousness. And they will defile the Holy of Holies with their uncleanness and the corruption of their pollution. And a great punishment will befall the deeds of this generation from the Lord. And he will give them over to the sword, and to judgment, and to captivity, and to be plundered and devoured. And he will wake up against them the sinners of the Gentiles, who have neither mercy nor compassion, and who will respect the person of none, neither old nor young nor anyone. For they are more wicked and strong to do evil than all the children of men. And they will use violence against Israel, and transgression against Jacob, and much blood will be shed upon the earth. There will be none to gather and none to bury. In those days they will cry aloud and call and pray that they may be saved from the hand of the sinners, the Gentiles. But none will be saved. And the heads of the children will be white with gray hair, and a child of 3 weeks will appear old like a man of 100 years. And their stature will be destroyed by tribulation and oppression. Renewed study of the law, renewal of mankind, the Messianic kingdom. And in those days, the children will begin to study the laws, and to seek the commandments, and to return to the path of righteousness. And the days will begin to grow many, and increase among those children of men, till their days draw nigh to 1,000 years, and to a greater number of years than before was the number of the days. And there will be no old man, nor one who is not satisfied with his days. For all will be as children and youths, and all their days they will complete, and live in peace and in joy. There will be no Satan, nor any evil destroyer, for all their days will be days of blessing and healing. And at that time, the Lord will heal his servants, and they will rise up and see great peace, and drive out their adversaries. And the righteous will see and be thankful, and rejoice with joy forever and ever, and will see all their judgments and all their curses on their enemies, and their bones will rest in the earth, and their spirits will have much joy, and they will know that it is the Lord who executeth judgment, and showeth mercy to hundreds and thousands, and to all that love him. And do thou, Moses, write down these words, for thus are they written, and they record them on the heavenly tables, for a testimony for the generations forever. Isaac at the well of vision, Esau sells his birthright. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that the Lord blessed Isaac his son, and he arose from Hebron and went and dwelt at the well of the vision in the first year of the 3rd week of this jubilee, 7 years. And in the first year of the 4th week, a famine began in the land, besides the first famine which had been in the days of Abraham. And Jacob sowed lentil pottage, and Esau came from the field hungry. And he said to Jacob, his brother, give me of this red pottage. And Jacob said to him, sell to me thy birthright, and I will give thee bread, and also some of this lentil pottage. And Esau said in his heart, I shall die. Of what profit to me is this birthright? And he said to Jacob, oh, I give it to thee. And Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he sware unto him. And Jacob gave his brother Esau bread and pottage, and he ate till he was satisfied. And Esau despised his birthright. For this reason was Esau's name called Edom, on account of the red pottage which Jacob gave him for his birthright. And Jacob became the elder, and Esau was brought down from his dignity. Isaac's sojourn in Gerar, and dealings with Abimelech. And the famine was over the land, and Isaac departed to go down into Egypt in the 2nd year of this week, and went to the king of the Philistines, to Gerar, unto Abimelech. And the Lord appeared unto him, and said to him, go not down into Egypt, dwell in the land that I shall tell thee of, and sojourn in this land. I shall be with thee and bless thee. For to thee and to thy seed shall I give all this land, and I shall establish my oath which I swear unto Abraham thy father. And I shall multiply thy seed as the stars of heaven, and shall give unto thy seed all this land. And in thy seed will all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thy father obeyed my voice, and kept my charge, and my commandments, and my laws, and my ordinances, and my covenant. And now obey my voice, and dwell in this land. And he dwelt in Gerar 3 weeks of years. And Abimelech charged concerning him and concerning all that was his, saying, any man that shall touch him, or aught that is his, shall surely die. And Isaac waxed strong among the Philistines, and he got many possessions, oxen and sheep and camels and asses, and a great household. And he sowed in the land of the Philistines, and brought in 100-fold. And Isaac became exceedingly great, and the Philistines envied him. Now all the wells which the servants of Abraham had dug during the life of Abraham, the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham, and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said unto Isaac, go from us, for thou art much mightier than we. And Isaac departed thence in the 1st year of the 7th week, and sojourned in the valleys of Gerar. And they digged again the wells of water which the servants of Abraham his father had digged, and which the Philistines had closed after the death of Abraham his father. And he called their names, as Abraham his father had named them. And the servants of Isaac dug a well in the valley, and found living water. The shepherds of Gerar strove with the shepherds of Isaac, saying, the water is ours. And Isaac called the name of the well Perversity, because they had been perverse with them, and they dug a second well, and they strove for that also. And he called its name Enmity. And he arose from thence, and they dug another well, and for that they strove not. And he called the name of it Room. And Isaac said, Now the Lord hath made room for us, and we have increased in the land. And he went up from thence to the well of the oath in the 1st year of the 1st week in the 44th Jubilee. And the Lord appeared to him that night on the new moon of the 1st month, and said unto him, I am the God of Abraham, thy father. Fear not, for I am with thee, and shall bless thee, and shall surely multiply thy seed as the sand of the earth, for the sake of Abraham, my servant. And he built an altar there, which Abraham his father had first built. And he called upon the name of the Lord, and he offered sacrifice to the God of Abraham his father. And they digged a well and found living water. And the servants of Isaac dug another well, and did not find water. And they went and told Isaac that they had not found water. And Isaac said, I have sworn this day to the Philistines, and this thing hath been announced to us. And he called the name of that place the Well of the Oath. For there he had sworn to Abimelech and Ahuzath his friend, and Phicol, the prefect of his host. And Isaac knew that day that under constraint he had sworn to them to make peace with them. Isaac curses the Philistines. And Isaac on that day cursed the Philistines, and said, Cursed be the Philistines, unto the day of wrath and indignation, from the midst of all nations. May God make them a derision and a curse, and an object of wrath and indignation in the hands of the sinners, the Gentiles, and in the hands of the Kittim, and whoever escapeth the sword of the enemy and the Kittim. May the righteous nation root out in judgment from under heaven, for they will be the enemies and foes of my children throughout their generations upon the earth, and no remnant will be left to them, nor one that will be saved on the day of the wrath of judgment, for destruction and rooting out and expulsion from the earth is the whole seed of the Philistines reserved, and there will no longer be left for these Caphtorim a name or a seed on the earth. For though he ascend unto heaven, thence will he brought down, and though he make himself strong on earth, thence will he be dragged forth. Though he hide himself among the nations, even from thence will he be rooted out. And though he descend into Sheol, there also will his condemnation be great. And there also he will have no peace. And if he go into captivity, by the hands of those that seek his life, will they slay him on the way, and neither name nor seed will be left to him on all the earth. For into eternal malediction will he depart. And thus is it written and engraved concerning him on the heavenly tables, to do unto him on the day of judgment, so that he may be rooted out of the earth. Rebekah admonishes Jacob not to marry a Canaanitish woman, Rebekah's blessing. And in the 2nd year of this week, Rebekah called Jacob her son, and said, My son, do not take thee a wife of the daughters of Canaan, as Esau thy brother, who took him 2 wives of the daughters of Canaan, and they have embittered my soul with all their unclean deeds. For all their deeds are fornication and lust, and there is no righteousness with them, for their deeds are evil. And I, my son, love thee exceedingly, and my heart and my affection bless thee every hour of the day and watch of the night. Now hearken to my voice, and do the will of thy mother. Do not take thee a wife of the daughters of this land, but only of the house of my father and of my father's kindred. The Most High God will bless thee, and thy children will be a righteous generation and a holy seed. And Jacob said to Rebekah, his mother, Behold, mother, I am 9 weeks of years old, and I neither know nor have touched any woman. I remember the words of Abraham our father, for he commanded me not to take a wife of the daughters of Canaan, but to take a wife from the seed of my father's house and from my kindred. I have heard that daughters have been born to Laban thy brother, and I have set my heart on them to take a wife from among them. For this reason, I have guarded myself in my spirit against sinning, or being corrupted in all my ways. And despite all that he commanded me, these 22 years my brother hath striven with me, saying, Take a sister of my 2 wives. But I refuse. I swear before thee, mother, that all the days of my life I will not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan. And Rebekah lifted her face to heaven and blessed the Most High God, saying, Blessed be the Lord God, who hath given me Jacob as a pure son and a holy seed. Bless him, O Lord, and place in my mouth the blessing of righteousness. And the spirit of righteousness descended into her mouth, and she placed her hands upon Jacob's head and said, Blessed art thou, Lord of righteousness and God of the ages. May he bless thee beyond all the generations of men. May he give thee the path of righteousness and reveal righteousness to thy seed. May thy sons be many during thy life, and arise according to the number of the months of the year. May they become great beyond the stars of heaven, and more than the sand of the sea. May he give them this goodly land, as he said to Abraham, and to his seed forever. May I see blessed children born unto thee during my life, and may all thy seed be holy. Increase and spread over the earth, and may thy seed be perfect in the joy of heaven and earth forever. May thy name and thy seed endure to all ages, and may the Most High God be their God. By them may his sanctuary be built unto all the ages. Blessed be he that blesseth thee, and cursed be all flesh that curseth thee falsely. And she kissed him and said, May the Lord of the world love thee, as the heart of thy mother rejoiceth in thee. And she ceased from blessing. Jacob obtains the blessing of the firstborn. And in the 7th year of this week, Isaac called Esau his elder son, and said, I am old, my son, and my eyes are dim. Take thy hunting weapons, and hunt me venison, and make me savory meat, such as my soul loveth, that my soul may bless thee, before I die." But Rebekah heard, and when Esau went to the field, she called Jacob and said, "I heard thy father speak to Esau. Now obey my voice. Fetch me 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make savory meat for thy father, that he may bless thee before he dies." And Jacob said, "I fear he will recognize my voice. I am smooth, and Esau is hairy, and I shall appear as an evildoer and bring a curse upon myself." And Rebekah said, "Upon be thy curse, my son. Only obey my voice." And Jacob obeyed. Rebekah prepared the meat, clothed Jacob in Esau's garments, and put the skins of the kids upon his hands and neck. Jacob brought the food to Isaac and said, "I have done as thou badest me." Isaac said, "How hast thou found so quickly, my son?" And Jacob said, "Because the Lord thy God caused me to find." Isaac said, "Come near, that I may feel thee." And he felt him, and said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau." And it was a dispensation from heaven that Isaac discerned not. And Isaac blessed him, saying, "Behold, the smell of my son is as the smell of a full field, which the Lord hath blessed. May the Lord give thee of the dew of heaven, and of the dew of earth, and plenty of corn and oil. Let nations serve thee, and peoples bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be he that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee." As soon as Jacob left, Esau returned with his venison. Isaac trembled greatly, and said, "Who is he that hath hunted and brought it to me? I have blessed him, and he shall be blessed." Esau cried with a great and bitter cry, "Bless me also, father." But Isaac said, "Thy brother came with guile, and hath taken away thy blessing." Esau said, "Hast thou but one blessing, O father?" And Isaac said, "Far from the dew of the earth shall be thy dwelling, and far from the dew of heaven above. By thy sword shalt thou live, and thou shalt serve thy brother. And when thou becomest great, and shakest his yoke from off thy neck, thou wilt sin a complete sin unto death, and thy seed will be rooted out from under heaven." And Esau hated Jacob, and said in his heart, "May the days of mourning for my father come, that I may slay my brother Jacob." Rebekah induces Isaac to send Jacob to Mesopotamia, Jacob's dream at Bethel, and the words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rebekah in a dream. And Rebekah sent and called Jacob her younger son, and said unto him, "Behold, Esau thy brother will take vengeance on thee, so as to kill thee. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise and flee to Laban my brother in Haran. Tarry with him a few days. until thy brother's anger turneth away, and he forget all thou hast done. Then I will send and fetch thee from thence. And Jacob said, I am not afraid. If he wisheth to kill me, I will kill him. But she said, Let me not be bereft of both my sons in one day. And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, Behold, thou knowest that my father hath become old, and seeth not because his eyes are dull. If I leave him, it will be evil in his eyes, and he will curse me. I will not go. When he sendeth me, then only will I go. And Rebekah said, I will go in and speak to him, and he will send thee away. And Rebekah went in and said to Isaac, I loathe my life because of the daughters of Heth, whom Esau hath taken as wives. And if Jacob take a wife from among the daughters of this land, such as these, for what purpose do I further live? For the daughters of Canaan are evil. And Isaac called Jacob, and blessed him, and admonished him, saying, Do not take thee a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Arise and go to Mesopotamia, to the house of Bethuel thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from the daughters of Laban thy mother's brother. And God Almighty bless thee, and increase and multiply thee, that thou mayest become a company of nations. And may he give thee the blessings of Abraham, to thee and to thy seed after thee, that thou mayest inherit the land of thy sojournings and all the land which God gave to Abraham. Go, my son, in peace. And Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Mesopotamia, to Laban the son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's mother. And after Jacob had arisen to go, the spirit of Rebekah was grieved after her son, and she wept. And Isaac said to Rebekah, My sister, weep not on account of Jacob my son, for he goeth in peace, and in peace will he return. The Most High God will preserve him from all evil, and will be with him, for he will not forsake him all his days. For I know that his ways will be prospered in all things wherever he goeth, until he return in peace to us, and we see him in peace. Fear not on his account, my sister, for he is on the upright path, and he is a perfect man, and he is faithful, and will not perish. Weep not. And Isaac comforted Rebekah on account of her son Jacob, and blessed him. And Jacob went from the well of the oath to go to Haran, and he came to Luz on the mountains, that is, Bethel, on the new moon of the first month of this week. And he came to the place at even, and turned from the way to the west of the road that night. And he slept there, for the sun had set. And he took one of the stones of that place, and laid it at his head under the tree. And he slept. And he dreamt that night, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of the Lord ascended and descended on it. And behold, the Lord stood upon it. And he said, I am the Lord God of Abraham, thy father, and the God of Isaac. The land whereon thou art sleeping, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed after thee. Thy seed will be as the dust of the earth. Thou wilt increase to the west and to the east, to the north and the south. And in thee and in thy seed will all the families of the nations be blessed. And behold, I shall be with thee, and shall keep thee whithersoever thou goest. And I shall bring thee again into this land in peace. For I shall not leave thee until I do everything that I told thee of. And Jacob awoke from his sleep and said, Truly this place is the house of the Lord, and I knew it not. And he was afraid and said, Dreadful is this place, which is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. And Jacob arose early in the morning, and took the stone which he had put under his head, and set it up as a pillar for a sign, and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel. But the name of the place was Luz at the first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If the Lord will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall the Lord be my God, and this stone which I have set up as a pillar for a sign shall be the Lord's house. And of all that thou givest me, I shall give the 10th unto thee, my God. Jacob's marriage to Leah and Rachel, his children and riches. And he went on his journey and came to the land of the east, to Laban the brother of Rebekah, and he was with him, and served him for Rachel his daughter 1 week. And in the first year of the 3rd week he said unto him, Give me my wife, for whom I have served thee 7 years. And Laban said unto Jacob, I will give thee thy wife. And Laban made a feast, and took Leah his elder daughter, and gave her to Jacob as a wife, and gave her Zilpah his handmaid. And Jacob did not know, for he thought she was Rachel. And he went in unto her, and behold, she was Leah. And Jacob was angry with Laban, and said, Why hast thou dealt thus with me? Did not I serve thee for Rachel, and not for Leah? Why hast thou wronged me? Take thy daughter, and I will go, for thou hast done evil to me. For Jacob loved Rachel more than Leah, for Leah's eyes were weak, but her form was very handsome, and Rachel had beautiful eyes and a beautiful and very handsome form. And Laban said, It is not so done in our country, to give the younger before the elder. It is ordained and written in the heavenly tables that no one should give the younger before the elder. The man who doeth so, guilt is set down against him in heaven. For this deed is evil before the Lord. Command the children of Israel that they do not this thing. And Laban said, Let the 7 days of the feast of this one pass by, and I shall give thee Rachel, that thou mayest serve me another 7 years, and pasture my sheep as before. And when the 7 days of Leah's feast had passed, Laban gave Rachel to Jacob, and gave her Bilhah as a handmaid. And Jacob served yet another 7 years for Rachel, for Leah had been given to him for nothing. And the Lord opened the womb of Leah, and she conceived and bore Jacob a son. And he called his name Reuben. But the womb of Rachel was closed, for the Lord saw that Leah was hated, and Rachel loved. And Leah conceived again, and bore a second son, and he called his name Simeon. And again she conceived, and bore a third son, and he called his name Levi. And again she conceived, and bore a fourth son, and he called his name Judah. And Rachel envied Leah, for she did not bear, And she said to Jacob, "Give me children." And Jacob said, "Have I withheld from thee the fruits of thy womb?" And Rachel said, "Go in unto Bilhah my handmaid, and she will bear a son unto me." And he went in unto her, and she conceived, and bore a son. And he called his name Dan. And she conceived again, and bore another son. And Rachel called his name Naphtali. And when Leah saw that she had become sterile, she gave Zilpah her handmaid to Jacob. And she conceived and bore a son. And Leah called his name Gad. And she conceived again, and bore a second son. And Leah called his name Asher. And Jacob went in unto Leah, and she conceived, and bore a son, and she called his name Issachar. And again she conceived, and bore two children, a son and a daughter. And she called the son Zebulun, and the daughter Dinah. And the Lord was gracious to Rachel, and opened her womb. And she conceived, and bore a son, and she called his name Joseph. And in the days when Joseph was born, Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wives and my sons, that I may go to my father Isaac, for I have completed the years I served thee." And Laban said, "Tarry with me for thy wages, and pasture my flock again." And they agreed that Jacob's wages would be the lambs and kids born black, spotted, or white, and all the sheep brought forth spotted and speckled and black, and all that were spotted were Jacob's, and those not spotted were Laban's. And Jacob's possessions multiplied exceedingly: oxen, sheep, asses, camels, men servants, and maidservants. And Laban and his sons envied Jacob. And Laban took back his sheep, and observed him with evil intent. Jacob's flight with his family, his covenant with Laban. And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Laban went to shear his sheep, for they were distant from him 3 days' journey. And Jacob saw that Laban was gone to shear his sheep. And Jacob called Leah and Rachel, and spoke kindly to them, that they should come with him to the land of Canaan. For he told them how he had seen everything in a dream, all that God had spoken to him, that he should return to his father's house. And they, to every place whither thou goest, we will go with thee. And Jacob blessed the God of Isaac his father, and the God of Abraham his father's father. And he arose and mounted his wives and children, and took all his possessions, and crossed the river, and came to the land of Gilead. And Jacob hid his intention from Laban, and told him not. And in the 7th year of the 4th week, Jacob turned his face toward Gilead. And Laban pursued after him, and overtook him in the mountain of Gilead. And the Lord did not suffer him to injure Jacob, for he appeared to him in a dream by night. And on the 15th of those days Jacob made a feast for Laban and all who came with him. And Jacob swore to Laban, and Laban to Jacob, that neither should cross the mountain of Gilead to the other with evil purpose. And they made a heap for a witness. Therefore the name of that place is called the Heap of Witness. Before this, they used to call the land of Gilead the land of the Rephaim, for giants dwelt there, 10, 9, 8, down to 7 cubits in height. Their kingdom was in Karnaim, Ashtaroth, Edrei, Misr, and Beon, and the Lord destroyed them because of the evil of their deeds. And the Amorites dwelt in their stead. And Jacob sent away Laban, and he departed into Mesopotamia. And Jacob returned to the land of Gilead. Jacob reconciled with Esau. He dwells in Canaan and supports his parents. And he passed over the Jabbok in the 9th month, on the 11th thereof. And on that day Esau his brother came to him, and he was reconciled to him, and departed unto the land of Seir. But Jacob dwelt in tents. And in the 1st year of the 5th week of this jubilee, he crossed the Jordan and dwelt beyond it. And he pastured his sheep from the sea of the heap unto Bethshan, and unto Dothan, and unto the forest of Akrabim. And he sent to his father Isaac of all his substance, clothing, food, meat, drink, milk, butter, cheese, and dates of the valley, and to his mother Rebekah also 4 times a year between the seasons, between plowing and reaping, between autumn and the rains, and between winter and spring, to the tower of Abraham. For Isaac had returned from the well of the oath, and gone up to the tower of his father Abraham, and he dwelt there apart from Esau. For in the days when Jacob went to Mesopotamia, Esau took Mahalath the daughter of Ishmael, and gathered all the flocks of his father and his wives, and went up to Mount Seir, leaving Isaac alone at the well of the oath. And Isaac went up from the well of the oath, and dwelt in the tower of Abraham on the mountains of Hebron. And thither Jacob sent all that he sent to his father and mother from time to time, all they needed, and they blessed Jacob with all their heart and soul. Dinah ravished, the slaughter of the Shechemites, laws against intermarriage, the choice of Levi. And in the 1st year of the 6th week he went up to Salem, to the east of Shechem, in peace, in the 4th month. And there they carried off Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, into the house of Shechem the son of Hamor the Hivite, the prince of the land, and he lay with her and defiled her. And she was a little girl, a child of 12 years. And he besought his father and her brothers that she might be given to him to wife. And Jacob and his sons were wroth, because the men of Shechem had defiled Dinah their sister. And they spoke with evil intent, and dealt deceitfully with them, and beguiled them. And Simeon and Levi came unexpectedly to Shechem, and executed judgment on all the men of Shechem, and slew all whom they found in it, leaving not a single one remaining. They slew all in torments, because they had dishonored their sister Dinah. And thus let it not again be done henceforth that a daughter of Israel be defiled. For judgment is ordained in heaven against them. The Lord delivered them into the hands of the sons of Jacob, that they might exterminate them with the sword, that it might not again be done in Israel, that a virgin be defiled. And if any man in Israel give his daughter or sister to a man of the seed of the Gentiles, he shall surely die, and they shall stone him with stones. For he hath wrought shame in Israel. And they shall burn the woman with fire, because she hath dishonored the name of her father's house, and she shall be rooted out of Israel. And let no adulteress nor any uncleanness be found in Israel. For Israel is holy unto the Lord, and every man who defileth it shall surely die. For thus it is ordained and written in the heavenly tables, He who defileth Israel shall surely die, and he shall be stoned with stones. To this law there is no limit of days, nor remission, nor atonement. And do thou, Moses, command the children of Israel not to give their daughters to the Gentiles, nor take for their sons any of the daughters of the Gentiles, for this is abominable before the Lord. For this reason, it is written in the law all the deeds of the Shechemites, and how the sons of Jacob said, We shall not give our daughter to a man who is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us, and it is a reproach to Israel, both to those who give and to those who take the daughters of the Gentiles, for this is unclean and abominable. Israel will not be free from this uncleanness, if it hath a wife of the daughters of the Gentiles, or hath given its daughters to them. For plague upon plague, curse upon curse, and every judgment will come upon him who doeth this thing, or hides his eyes from those who commit uncleanness or profane the sanctuary of the Lord. For this reason it is commanded, testify this testimony to Israel. See how the Shechemites fared, and how they were delivered into the hands of 2 sons of Jacob, and it was reckoned unto them for righteousness. And the seed of Levi was chosen for the priesthood, to minister before the Lord continually, because he was zealous to execute righteousness and vengeance on those who arose against Israel. And his righteousness is recorded on the heavenly tables as a testimony for 1,000 generations, and he is recorded as a friend and a righteous man. All this account is written that Israel may not commit sin, nor break the covenant ordained for them, but that they may be recorded as friends. But if they transgress and work uncleanness, they will be recorded as adversaries, destroyed out of the book of life, and written among those who will be rooted out of the earth. And on the day when the sons of Jacob slew Shechem, a writing was recorded in their favor in heaven, that they had executed righteousness and vengeance on the sinners, and it was written for a blessing. And they brought Dinah out of the house of Shechem, and took captive all that was in Shechem, sheep, oxen, asses, wealth, and flocks, and brought them to Jacob their father. And he reproached them, because they had put the city to the sword, for he feared the Canaanites and the Perizzites. But the dread of the Lord was upon all the cities around Shechem, and they did not rise to pursue the sons of Jacob, for terror had fallen upon them. Jacob's journey to Bethel and Hebron. Isaac blesses Levi and Judah. And on the new moon of the month, Jacob spoke to all the people of his house, saying, Purify yourselves and change your garments, and let us arise and go up to Bethel, where I vowed a vow to him on the day when I fled from the face of Esau, my brother. For he hath been with me, and brought me into this land in peace. Put away the strange gods that are among you. And they gave up the strange gods, and the ornaments that were in their ears and on their necks, and the idols which Rachel had stolen from Laban. She gave wholly to Jacob, and he burned them, broke them to pieces, destroyed them, and hid them under an oak in the land of Shechem. And he went up on the new moon of the 7th month to Bethel, and he built an altar at the place where he had slept, and he set up a pillar there. And he sent word to his father Isaac and to his mother Rebekah to come to him to the sacrifice. And Isaac said, Let my son Jacob come, and let me see him before I die. And Jacob went to his father Isaac, and to his mother Rebekah, to the house of Abraham. And he took 2 of his sons with him, Levi and Judah, and came to his father and mother. And Rebekah came forth from the tower to the front of it to kiss Jacob and embrace him, for her spirit revived when she heard, Behold, Jacob thy son hath come. And she kissed him, and she saw his 2 sons, and recognized them, and said, Are these thy sons, my son? And she embraced them, and kissed them, and blessed them, saying, In you shall the seed of Abraham become illustrious, and ye will prove a blessing on the earth. And Jacob went in to Isaac his father, to the chamber where he lay, and his 2 sons were with him. And he took the hand of his father, and stooping down, he kissed him. And Isaac clung to the neck of Jacob his son, and wept upon his neck. And the darkness left the eyes of Isaac, and he saw the 2 sons of Jacob, Levi and Judah, and said, Are these thy sons, my son? For they are like thee. And Jacob said, They are truly my sons. And they came near to him. And he kissed them and embraced them both together. And the spirit of prophecy came down into his mouth. And he took Levi by his right hand and Judah by his left. And he turned to Levi first and blessed him, saying, May the God of all, the Lord of all the ages, bless thee and thy children throughout all the ages. May the Lord give to thee and to thy seed greatness and great glory, and cause thee and thy seed from among all flesh to approach him to serve in his sanctuary, as the angels of the presence and as the holy ones. As they are, so shall the seed of thy sons be, for glory and greatness and holiness. May he make them great unto all the ages. They will be princes and judges and chiefs of all the seed of the sons of Jacob. They will speak the word of the Lord in righteousness, and judge all his judgments in righteousness. They will declare my ways to Jacob, and my paths to Israel. The blessing of the Lord will be in their mouths, to bless all the seed of the beloved. Thy mother hath called thy name Levi, and justly hath she called thy name. Thou wilt be joined to the Lord, and be the companion of all the sons of Jacob. Let his table be thine. Do thou and thy sons eat thereof. May thy table be full unto all generations, and thy food fail not unto all the ages. Let all who hate thee fall down before thee, and let all thy adversaries be rooted out and perish. Blessed be he that blesseth thee, and cursed be every nation that curseth thee. And to Judah he said, May the Lord give thee strength and power to tread down all that hate thee. A prince shalt thou be, thou and one of thy sons, over the sons of Jacob. May thy name and the name of thy sons go forth and traverse every land and region. Then will the Gentiles fear before thy face, and all nations will quake. In thee shall be the help of Jacob, and in thee shall be found the salvation of Israel. And when thou sittest on the throne of the honor of thy righteousness, there will be great peace for all the seed of the sons of the beloved. Blessed be he that blesseth thee, and all that hate thee, and afflict thee, and curse thee, shall be rooted out and destroyed from the earth, and accursed. And he kissed him again, and embraced him, and rejoiced greatly, for he had seen the sons of Jacob in truth. And he blessed them, and Jacob rested there with Isaac that night. And they ate and drank with joy. And Isaac made the two sons of Jacob sleep, one on his right hand, and the other on his left, and it was counted to him for righteousness. And Jacob told his father all that the Lord had done for him, how he had shown him mercy, prospered him in all his ways, and protected him from all evil. And Isaac blessed the God of Abraham, who had not withdrawn his mercy and righteousness from the sons of his servant Isaac. Rebekah journeys with Jacob to Bethel. And in the morning Jacob told Isaac the vow he had vowed, and the vision he had seen, and that he had built an altar and prepared everything for the sacrifice, and that he had come to set him on an ass. And Isaac said, I am not able to go with thee, for I am old and cannot bear the way. Go, my son, in peace, for I am 165 years this day. I am no longer able to journey. Set thy mother on an ass and let her go with thee. I know, my son, that thou hast come on my account. May this day be blessed on which thou hast seen me alive. And I also have seen thee prosper and fulfill the vow which thou hast vowed. Put not off thy vow, for thou wilt be called to account for it. Make haste to perform it, and may he be pleased who hath made all things. And he said to Rebekah, Go with Jacob thy son. And Rebekah went with Jacob, and Deborah with her, and they came to Bethel. And Jacob remembered the prayer with which Isaac had blessed him and his 2 sons, Levi and Judah. And he rejoiced and blessed the God of his fathers, Abraham and Isaac. And he said, Now I know that I have an eternal hope, and my sons also, before the God of all. And thus it is ordained concerning the 2, and it is recorded as an eternal testimony for them on the heavenly tables, how Isaac blessed them. Levi's dream at Bethel. He is appointed to the priesthood, and he abode that night at Bethel. And Levi dreamed that they had ordained and made him the priest of the Most High God, him and his sons forever. And he awoke from his sleep and blessed the Lord. And Jacob rose early in the morning on the 14th of this month, and he gave a tithe of all that came with him, both of men and cattle, of gold, vessels, and garments. Yea, he gave tithes of all. And in those days Rachel became pregnant with her son Benjamin. And Jacob counted his sons from him upward. And Levi fell to the portion of the Lord. And his father clothed him in the garments of the priesthood, and filled his hands. And on the 15th of this month he brought to the altar 14 oxen, 28 rams, 49 sheep, 7 lambs, and 21 kids of the goats as a burnt offering, well pleasing for a sweet savor before God. This was his offering in consequence of the vow he had vowed, that he would give a tenth, with their fruit offerings and drink offerings. And when the fire had consumed it, he burnt incense on the fire. And for a thank offering 2 oxen, 4 rams, 4 sheep, 4 he-goats, 2 yearling sheep, and 2 kids of the goats. And thus he did daily for 7 days. And he and all his sons and his men ate with joy for 7 days, blessing and thanking the Lord, who had delivered him out of all his tribulation and had given him his vow. And he tithed all the clean animals and made a burnt sacrifice. But the unclean animals he did not give to Levi. And he gave him all the souls of the men. And Levi discharged the priestly office at Bethel before Jacob his father, in preference to his 10 brothers. And he was a priest there, and Jacob gave his vow. Thus he tithed again the tithe to the Lord, and sanctified it, and it became holy unto him. And for this reason it is ordained on the heavenly tables as a law for tithing again the tithe, to eat before the Lord from year to year in the place where his name is chosen to dwell. And to this law there is no limit of days forever. This ordinance is written that it may be fulfilled from year to year, eating the second tithe before the Lord in the chosen place, and nothing shall remain over from it from 1 year to the next. For in its year shall the seed be eaten until the days of the gathering of the seed, and the wine until the days of the wine, and the oil until its season. And all that is left and becomes old shall be regarded as polluted. It shall be burnt with fire, for it is unclean. Thus shall they eat it together in the sanctuary, and let them not suffer it to become old. And all the tithes of the oxen and sheep shall be holy unto the Lord, and shall belong to his priests, who will eat before him from year to year. For thus is it ordained and engraved on the heavenly tables. Jacob's visions, the 8th day of tabernacles, the birth of Benjamin, and death of Rachel. And on the following night, on the 22nd day of this month, Jacob resolved to build that place, to surround the court with a wall, and to sanctify it and make it holy forever for himself and his children after him. And the Lord appeared to him by night, and blessed him, and said, Thy name shall not be called Jacob, but Israel shall they name thy name. He said again, I am the Lord who created the heaven and the earth. I shall increase thee and multiply thee exceedingly, and kings will come forth from thee. They will judge everywhere the sons of men have trodden. I shall give to thy seed all the earth under heaven. They will judge all nations according to their desires. Afterward, they will possess the whole earth and inherit it forever. And he finished speaking with him and went up from him. And Jacob looked until he had ascended into heaven. And he saw in a vision of the night, and behold, an angel descended from heaven with 7 tablets in his hands. And he gave them to Jacob, and he read them, and knew all that was written therein, which would befall him and his sons throughout all the ages. And the angel showed him all that was written on the tablets, and said, Do not build this place, nor make it an eternal sanctuary, nor dwell here, for this is not the place. Go to the house of Abraham, thy father, and dwell with Isaac until the day of his death. For in Egypt thou wilt die in peace, and in this land thou wilt be buried with honor in the sepulchre of thy fathers. And Jacob said, Lord, how can I remember all that I have read and seen? And he said, I will bring all things to thy remembrance. And he went up from him. And Jacob awoke from his sleep and remembered everything he had read and seen. And he wrote down all the words. And he celebrated there yet another day, and sacrificed as he had on the former days. And he called its name Addition, for this day was added. And the former days he called the feast. And thus it was manifested that it should be, and it is written on the heavenly tables, that he should celebrate it and add it to the 7 days of the feast. And its name was called Addition, because it was recorded among the feast days according to the number of the days of the year. And in the night, on the 23rd of this month, Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and they buried her beneath the city under the oak of the river. And he called the place the river of Deborah, and the oak of the mourning of Deborah. And Rebekah returned to Isaac, and Jacob sent by her hand rams and sheep and he-goats that she should prepare a meal for his father. And he went after his mother until he came to the land of Cabratan, and he dwelt there. And Rachel bore a son in the night, and called his name Son of My Sorrow, for she suffered in giving him birth. But his father called his name Benjamin, on the 11th of the 8th month, in the 1st year of the 6th week of this jubilee. and Rachel died there, and she was buried in the land of Ephrath. The same is Bethlehem. And Jacob built a pillar on her grave, on the road above her resting place. Reuben's sin with Bilhah. Laws regarding incest. Jacob's children. And Jacob went and dwelt to the south of Magdaladraf. And he went to his father Isaac, he and Leah his wife, on the new moon of the 10th month. And Reuben saw Bilhah, Rachel's maid, the concubine of his father, bathing in water in a secret place. And he loved her. And he hid himself at night, and entered the house of Bilhah, and found her sleeping alone on a bed in her house. And he lay with her. And she awoke and saw. And behold, Reuben was lying with her in the bed. And she uncovered the border of her covering, and seized him, and cried out, and discovered that it was Reuben. And she was ashamed because of him, and released her hand, and he fled. And she lamented exceedingly, and told no one. And when Jacob returned and sought her, she said, I am not clean for thee, for I have been defiled as regards thee. For Reuben hath defiled me, and hath lain with me in the night, and I was asleep, and did not discover, until he uncovered my skirt, and slept with me. And Jacob was exceedingly wroth with Reuben, because he had uncovered his father's skirt. And Jacob did not approach her again, because Reuben had defiled her. For any man who uncovereth his father's skirt, his deed is exceedingly wicked, for he is abominable before the Lord. For this reason it is written and ordained on the heavenly tables that a man should not lie with his father's wife, nor uncover his father's skirt, for this is unclean. They shall surely die together, the man and the woman, for they have wrought uncleanness on the earth. And again it is written, Cursed be he who lieth with the wife of his father, for he hath uncovered his father's shame. And all the holy ones said, So be it, so be it. And Moses is commanded to tell Israel to observe this word, for it is a punishment of death, and there is no atonement for it forever. They must be slain and stoned with stones, and rooted out from the midst of the people. Let no one say, Reuben was granted life and forgiveness. For until that time the ordinance had not been revealed in its completeness, but in Moses' days it was revealed as an everlasting law for all generations. And for this law there is no consummation of days, and no atonement. They must be rooted out on the day they commit it. And Moses is commanded to write it for Israel, that they may not commit a sin unto death. For the Lord is judge, who respecteth not persons, and accepteth not gifts. Tell them these words of the covenant, that they may hear and observe, and not be destroyed, for all who commit such uncleanness are an abomination and pollution before God. For there is no greater sin than the fornication they commit on earth. For Israel is a holy nation, a nation of inheritance, a priestly and royal nation, and no such uncleanness shall appear in its midst. And in the 3rd year of this 6th week, Jacob and all his sons went and dwelt in the house of Abraham, near Isaac and Rebekah. And these were the sons of Jacob: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, the sons of Leah, Joseph and Benjamin, the sons of Rachel, Dan and Naphtali, the sons of Bilhah, Gad and Asher, the sons of Zilpah, and Dinah, the daughter of Leah. And they came and bowed themselves to Isaac and Rebekah, and they blessed Jacob and all his sons. And Isaac rejoiced exceedingly, for he saw the sons of Jacob, his younger son, and he blessed them. War of the Amorite kings. Joseph sold into Egypt, the death of Bilhah and Dinah. And in the 6th year of this week of the 44th Jubilee, Jacob sent his sons to pasture their sheep, and his servants with them, to the pastures of Shechem. And the 7 kings of the Amorites assembled themselves together against them, hiding under the trees, to slay them and take their cattle. And Jacob and Levi and Judah and Joseph were in the house with Isaac, for his spirit was sorrowful, and they could not leave him. And Benjamin, being the youngest, remained with his father. And the kings of Taphu, Arasa, Saragon, Salo, Gaz, Betharon, and Maanisakir, all who dwelt in the mountains and woods of Canaan, gathered against Jacob's sons. And word came to Jacob, Behold, the kings of the Amorites have surrounded thy sons, and plundered their herds. And he arose from his house, he and his 3 sons, and all the servants of his father, and his own servants, and he went against them with 6,000 men who carried swords. And he slew them in the pastures of Shechem, and pursued those who fled, and slew them with the edge of the sword. And he slew Arisa, Taphu, Saragon, Selo, Amanisakir, and Gaz, and recovered his herds. And he prevailed over them and imposed tribute, 5 fruit products of their land. And he built Robel and Tamnatares, and he returned in peace, and made peace with them. And they became his servants until the day he and his sons went down into Egypt. And in the 7th year of this week, he sent Joseph to learn the welfare of his brothers. And he found them in Dothan, and they dealt treacherously with him, forming a plot to slay him. But changing their minds, they sold him to Ishmaelite merchants, who brought him into Egypt and sold him to Potiphar, the eunuch of Pharaoh, chief of the cooks, priest of the city of Eliu. And the sons of Jacob slaughtered a kid, and dipped Joseph's coat in the blood, and sent it to Jacob on the 10th of the 7th month. And he mourned all that night, and said, An evil beast hath devoured Joseph. And all his house mourned with him. And his sons and daughter rose to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And on that day Bilhah heard that Joseph had perished, and she died mourning him. And Dinah also died after Joseph. And 3 mournings came upon Israel in 1 month. And they buried Bilhah near the tomb of Rachel, and Dinah also. And Jacob mourned for Joseph 1 year, saying, Let me go down to the grave mourning for my son. For this reason it is ordained for Israel to afflict themselves on the 10th of the 7th month, the day the news came to Jacob, and to make atonement with a young goat once a year, for they had grieved their father's affection. And this day is ordained that they should grieve for their sins and transgressions, to cleanse themselves once a year. The sons of Jacob take wives. And after Joseph perished, the sons of Jacob took unto themselves wives. Reuben's wife was Ada. Simeon's wife was Adibah, a Canaanite. Levi's wife was Melchah, of the daughters of Aram, of the seed of the sons of Terah. Judah's wife was Betasuel, a Canaanite. Issachar's wife was Hezekiah. Zebulon's wife was Neeman. Dan's wife was Eglah. Naphtali's wife was Rasu of Mesopotamia. Gad's wife was Makkah. Asher's wife was Ehonah. Joseph's wife was Asenath, the Egyptian. Benjamin's wife was Issachar, and Simeon repented and took a second wife from Mesopotamia, as his brothers had done. Rebekah's last admonitions and death. And in the first year of the first week of the 45th Jubilee, Rebekah called Jacob her son, and commanded him concerning his father and his brother, that he should honor them all the days of his life. And Jacob said, I will do everything as thou hast commanded me, for this will be honor and greatness to me, and righteousness before the Lord. Thou knowest, mother, from the day I was born until now, all my deeds, and all that is in my heart, that I always think good concerning all. How should I not do this thing which thou hast commanded me, to honor my father and my brother? Tell me, mother, what perversity hast thou seen in me? And I shall turn away from it. And she said, My son, I have not seen in thee all my days any perverse deed, but only uprightness. Yet I shall tell thee the truth. I shall die this year, and shall not survive it. I have seen in a dream the day of my death, that I should not live beyond 155 years. And behold, I have completed all the days appointed to me. And Jacob laughed at her words, for she sat before him in full strength, without infirmity, seeing clearly, walking in and out, her teeth strong, and no ailment upon her. And Jacob said, Blessed am I, mother, if my days approach the days of thy life, and my strength remain as thine. Thou wilt not die. Thou art jesting with me. And she went in to Isaac and said, One petition I make unto thee, make Esau swear that he will not injure Jacob nor pursue him with enmity. For thou knowest Esau's thoughts, that they are perverse from his youth, and he desireth after thy death to kill him. Thou knowest all he hath done since Jacob went to Haran, how he hath forsaken us, taken thy flocks, and carried off thy possessions. And when we implored him, he acted as though he pitied us. He is bitter, because thou didst bless Jacob, thy perfect and upright son. For there is no evil in him. Since he returned from Haran, he hath not robbed us of anything, but bringeth us all things in their season, rejoicing when we receive them, blessing us and remaining with us continually. And Isaac said, I too know the deeds of Jacob, how he honoreth us with all his heart. I loved Esau formerly more than Jacob, because he was the firstborn. But now I love Jacob more. For Esau hath done manifold evil deeds, and there is no righteousness in him. Neither he nor his seed shall be saved, for they will be destroyed from the earth. For he hath forsaken the God of Abraham, and gone after his wives and their uncleanness. Thou askest me to make him swear, but even if he swear, he will not abide by it. Yet if he desire to slay Jacob, he will be given into Jacob's hands, and will not escape. Fear not for Jacob, for the guardian of Jacob is great and powerful and honored, more than the guardian of Esau. And Rebekah sent and called Esau, and he came to her. And she said, I have a petition, my son, promise to do it. And he said, I will do all that thou sayest. And she said, I ask that when I die, thou wilt bury me near Sarah, thy father's mother, and that thou and Jacob will love one another, and neither desire evil against the other. Thus ye will prosper and be honored, and no enemy will rejoice over you. And Esau said, I will do all thou hast said. I shall bury thee near Sarah, and I shall love Jacob above all flesh, for he is my brother, and we were sown together in thy body. If I do not love my brother, whom shall I love? And I ask thee to exhort Jacob concerning me and my sons. For I know he will be king over me and my sons. For on the day my father blessed him, he made him the higher, and me the lower. I swear I shall love him and desire no evil against him. And she called Jacob before Esau and commanded him according to all she had spoken. And Jacob said, I shall do thy pleasure. No evil shall proceed from me or my sons against Esau. Only love. And they ate and drank, she and her sons that night. And she died, 3 jubilees, and 1 week and 1 year old, on that night. And her 2 sons, Esau and Jacob, buried her in the double cave near Sarah, their father's mother. Isaac's last words and admonitions, his death, the death of Leah. And in the 6th year of this week, Isaac called his 2 sons, Esau and Jacob, and they came to him. And he said, My sons, I am going the way of my fathers, to the eternal house where my fathers are. Bury me near Abraham my father, in the double cave in the field of Ephron the Hittite, the sepulchre Abraham purchased, and the sepulchre I digged for myself. There bury me, and this I command you, my sons, that ye practice righteousness and uprightness on the earth, that the Lord may bring upon you all that he promised to Abraham and his seed. And love one another, my sons, your brothers, as a man loveth his own soul. Let each seek the good of his brother, and together on the earth. And concerning idols, heed. I command you to reject them and hate them, for they are full of deception. For all who worship them, remember the Lord God of Abraham, your father, how I worshipped him and served him in righteousness and joy, that he might multiply you and increase your seed as the stars of heaven, and establish you on the earth as a plant of righteousness, which shall not be rooted out. And he said, Now I make you swear a great oath by the name glorious and honored and mighty, who created the heavens and the earth, that ye will fear him and worship him, and that each will love his brother with affection and righteousness, and neither will desire evil against the other all the days of your life. For if either deviseth evil against his brother, he shall fall into his brother's hand, and be rooted out of the land of the living, and his seed destroyed from under heaven on the day of indignation and burning fire. As he burnt Sodom, so shall he burn his land and his city. He shall be blotted out of the book of the discipline of the children of men, and not recorded in the book of life, but in the book appointed to destruction. He shall depart into eternal execration. And Isaac said, I testify to you, my sons, according to the judgment that shall come upon the man who wisheth to injure his brother. And he divided all his possessions between them that day, giving the larger portion to the firstborn, the tower, and all that Abraham possessed at the well of the oath. And Esau said, I have sold my birthright to Jacob. To him let it be given. And Isaac said, May a blessing rest upon you, my sons, and upon your seed this day. For ye have given me rest. And he blessed them. And they ate and drank before him, rejoicing because they were of one mind. And Isaac slept on his bed that day, rejoicing. And he slept the eternal sleep, and died 180 years old. He completed 25 weeks and 5 years, and his 2 sons, Esau and Jacob, buried him. And Esau went to the land of Edom, to the mountains of Seir, and dwelt there. And Jacob dwelt in the mountains of Hebron, in the tower of the land of the sojournings of Abraham. And he worshipped the Lord with all his heart, according to the visible commands, as the Lord had divided the days of his generations. And Leah his wife died in the 4th year of the 2nd week of the 45th Jubilee. And he buried her in the double cave near Rebekah his mother, to the left of the grave of Sarah. And all her sons and his sons came to mourn over Leah, and to comfort him, for he lamented her greatly, for he loved her exceedingly after Rachel died. For she was perfect and upright in all her ways, and honored Jacob, and all her days he never heard a harsh word from her mouth, for she was gentle, peaceable, upright, and honorable. And he remembered all her deeds, which she had done during her life, and he lamented her exceedingly, for he loved her with all his heart and soul. Esau and his sons wage war with Jacob. Jubilees in 94 theng 1-25. And on the day that Isaac, the father of Jacob and Esau, died, the sons of Esau heard that Isaac had given the portion of the elder to Jacob, and they were very angry. And they strove with their father, saying, Why hath thy father given Jacob the portion of the elder, and passed over thee, though thou art the firstborn? And Esau said, Because I sold my birthright to Jacob for a small mess of lentils. And on the day my father sent me to hunt, and bring him food that he might bless me, Jacob came with guile, and brought my father food and drink. And he blessed him, and put me under his hand. And now our father hath caused us to swear, both he and I, that we shall not devise evil against one another, but continue in love and peace. But his sons said, We will not hearken unto thee. Our strength is greater than his, and we are more powerful. We shall go against him and slay him and destroy him and his sons. And if thou wilt not go with us, we shall harm thee also. Let us send to Aram, to Philistia, to Moab, and to Ammon, and gather chosen men of war. Let us exterminate him before he groweth strong. And Esau said, Do not go, and do not make war with him, lest ye fall before him. But they answered, This is thy way from thy youth, always placing thy neck under his yoke. We will not listen. And they sent to Aram, and to Adoram the friend of their father, and hired 1,000 fighting men. And from Moab and Ammon came 1,000 chosen men, and from Philistia 1,000, and from Edom and the Horites 1,000, and from the Kittim mighty men of war. And they said to Esau, Go forth with them, and lead them, else we shall slay thee. And Esau was filled with wrath and indignation, seeing his sons forcing him to lead them. But afterward he remembered the evil in his heart against Jacob, and forgot the oath he had sworn to his father and mother. And Jacob knew not that they were coming against him, for he was mourning for Leah until they approached very near the tower with 4,000 warriors. And the men of Hebron sent to him, saying, Behold, thy brother hath come against thee with 4,000 men, armed with swords and shields. For they loved Jacob more than Esau. For Jacob was more merciful and generous. But Jacob would not believe until they came near the tower. And he closed the gates and stood on the battlements and said, Noble is the comfort thou hast brought me for my wife, who hath died. Is this the oath thou didst swear to our father and mother? Thou hast broken it, and on the moment thou didst swear, thou wast condemned. And Esau answered, Neither men nor beasts keep oaths forever. Every day they devise evil one against another. Thou hatest me and my children forever. Hear my words. If the boar can change its skin and make its bristles soft as wool, or grow horns like a stag, then shall I observe brotherhood with thee. If wolves make peace with lambs, and lions plow with oxen, then shall I make peace with thee. If the raven becomes white, then that I have loved thee. But thou shalt be rooted out, and thy sons shall be rooted out, and there shall be no peace for thee. And when Jacob saw that Esau was wholly set to slay him, springing like a wild boar upon the spear, he spoke to his sons and servants that they should attack him and all his companions. The war at the Tower of Hebron, the death of Esau. Jubilees 1:14 And Judah spoke to Jacob and said, Bend thy bow, father, and send forth thy arrows. Cast down the adversary and slay the enemy. We shall not slay thy brother, for he is as thou. But let this honor be thine. Then Jacob bent his bow and sent forth an arrow, and struck Esau his brother on the right breast, and slew him. And again he sent forth an arrow, and struck Adoran the Aramean on the left breast, and slew him. Then the sons of Jacob and their servants went forth, dividing themselves into 4 companies around the tower. Judah, Naphtali, and Gad went forth on the south side with 50 men, and slew all before them. Levi, Dan, and Asher went forth on the east side with 50 men, and slew the fighting men of Moab and Ammon. Reuben, Issachar, and Zebulun went forth on the north side with 50 men, and slew the fighting men of the Philistines. Simeon, Benjamin, and Enoch the son of Reuben went forth on the west side with 50 men, and slew 400 men of Edom and the Horites. 600 fled, and 4 of Esau's sons fled with them, leaving their father slain on the hill of Aduram. And the sons of Jacob pursued them to the mountains of Seir. And Jacob buried Esau on the hill of Aduram, and returned to his house. And the sons of Jacob pressed hard upon the sons of Esau in the mountains of Seir, and bowed their necks so that they became servants of the sons of Jacob. And they sent to Jacob asking whether they should make peace or slay them. And Jacob said they should make peace. And they placed the yoke of servitude upon them. And they paid tribute to Jacob and his sons until the day he went down into Egypt. And the sons of Edom have not escaped the yoke imposed by the 12 sons of Jacob until this day. Esau and his sons wage war with Jacob. And on the day that Isaac, the father of Jacob and Esau, died, the sons of Esau heard that Isaac had given the portion of the elder to Jacob, and they were very angry. And they strove with their father, saying, "Why hath thy father given Jacob the portion of the elder, and passed over thee, though thou art the firstborn?" And Esau said, "Because I sold my birthright to Jacob for a small mess of lentils. And on the day my father sent me to hunt and bring him food that he might bless me, Jacob came with guile and brought my father food and drink, and he blessed him and put me under his hand. And now our father hath caused us to swear, both he and I, that we shall not devise evil against one another, but continue in love and peace." But his sons said, "We will not hearken unto thee. Our strength is greater than his, and we are more powerful. We shall go against him and slay him and destroy him and his sons. And if thou wilt not go with us, we shall harm thee also. Let us send to Aram, to Philistia, to Moab, and to Ammon, and gather chosen men of war. Let us exterminate him before he groweth strong." And Esau said, "Do not go, and do not make war with him, lest ye fall before him." They answered, "This is thy way from thy youth, always placing thy neck under his yoke. We will not listen." And they sent to Aram and to Aduram the friend of their father, and hired 1,000 fighting men. And from Moab and Ammon came 1,000 chosen men, and from Philistia 1,000, and from Edom and the Horites 1,000, and from the Kittim mighty men of war. And they said to Esau, "Go forth with them, and lead them, else we shall slay thee." And Esau was filled with wrath and indignation, seeing his sons forcing him to lead them. But afterward he remembered the evil in his heart against Jacob, and forgot the oath he had sworn to his father and mother. And Jacob knew not that they were coming against him, for he was mourning for Leah, until they approached very near the tower with 4,000 warriors. And the men of Hebron sent to him, saying, "Behold, thy brother hath come against thee with 4,000 men, armed with swords and shields." For they loved Jacob more than Esau, for Jacob was more merciful and generous. But Jacob would not believe until they came near the tower. And he closed the gates and stood on the battlements, and said, "Noble is the comfort thou hast brought me for my wife who hath died. Is this the oath thou didst swear to our father and mother? Thou hast broken it, and on the moment thou didst swear, thou wast condemned." And Esau answered, "Neither men nor beasts keep oaths forever. Every day they devise evil one against another. Thou hatest me and my children forever. Hear my words. If the boar can change its skin and make its bristles soft as wool, or grow horns like a stag, then shall I observe brotherhood with thee. If wolves make peace with lambs, and lions plow with oxen, then shall I make peace with thee? If the raven becomes white, then know that I have loved thee. But thou shalt be rooted out, and thy sons shall be rooted out. There shall be no peace for thee." And when Jacob saw that Esau was wholly set to slay him, springing like a wild boar upon the spear, he spoke to his sons and servants that they should attack him and all his companions. The war at the tower of Hebron. The death of Esau. And Judah spoke to Jacob and said, Bend thy bow, Father, and send forth thy arrows. Cast down the adversary, and slay the enemy. We shall not slay thy brother, for he is as thou. But let this honor be thine. Then Jacob bent his bow, and sent forth an arrow, and struck Esau his brother on the right breast, and slew him. And again he sent forth an arrow, and struck Adoran the Aramean on the left breast, and slew him. Then the sons of Jacob and their servants went forth, dividing themselves into 4 companies around the tower. Judah, Naphtali, and Gad went forth on the south side with 50 men, and slew all before them. Levi, Dan, and Asher went forth on the east side with 50 men, and slew the fighting men of Moab and Ammon. Reuben, Issachar, and Zebulun went forth on the north side with 50 men, and slew the fighting men of the Philistines. Simeon, Benjamin, and Enoch, the son of Reuben, went forth on the west side with 50 men, and slew 400 men of Edom and the Horites. 600 fled, and 4 of Esau's sons fled with them, leaving their father slain on the hill of Adoram. And the sons of Jacob pursued them to the mountains of Seir. And Jacob buried Esau on the hill of Aduram, and returned to his house. And the sons of Jacob pressed hard upon the sons of Esau in the mountains of Seir, and bowed their necks so that they became servants of the sons of Jacob. And they sent to Jacob, asking whether they should make peace or slay them. And Jacob said they should make peace. And they placed the yoke of servitude upon them. And they paid tribute to Jacob and his sons until the day he went down into Egypt. And the sons of Edom have not escaped the yoke imposed by the 12 sons of Jacob until this day. Esau and his sons wage war with Jacob. And on the day that Isaac, the father of Jacob and Esau, died, the sons of Esau heard that Isaac had given the portion of the elder to Jacob, and they were very angry, and they strove with their father, saying, "Why hath thy father given Jacob the portion of the elder, and passed over thee, though thou art the firstborn?" And Esau said, "Because I sold my birthright to Jacob for a small mess of lentils. And on the day my father sent me to hunt and bring him food that he might bless me, Jacob came with guile and brought my father food and drink, and he blessed him and put me under his hand. And now our father hath caused us to swear, both he and I, that we shall not devise evil against one another, but continue in love and peace." But his Nan said, "We will not hearken unto thee. Our strength is greater than his, and we are more powerful. We shall go against him, and slay him, and destroy him and his sons. And if thou wilt not go with us, we shall harm thee also. Let us send to Aram, to Philistia, to Moab, and to Ammon, and gather chosen men of war. Let us exterminate him before he groweth strong." And Esau said, "Do not go, and do not make war with him, lest ye fall before him." But they answered, "This is thy way from thy youth, always placing thy neck under his yoke. We will not listen." And they sent to Aram and to Aduram, the friend of their father, and hired 1,000 fighting men. And from Moab and Ammon came 1,000 chosen men, and from Philistia 1,000, and from Edom and the Horites 1,000, and from the Kittim mighty men of war. And they said to Esau, "Go forth with them, and lead them, else we shall slay thee." And Esau was filled with wrath and indignation, seeing his sons forcing him to lead them. But afterward He remembered the evil in his heart against Jacob, and forgot the oath he had sworn to his father and mother. And Jacob knew not that they were coming against him, for he was mourning for Leah until they approached very near the tower with 4,000 warriors. And the men of Hebron sent to him, saying, Behold, thy brother hath come against thee with 4,000 men, armed with swords and shields, for they loved Jacob more than Esau. For Jacob was more merciful and generous. But Jacob would not believe until they came near the tower. And he closed the gates and stood on the battlements and said, Noble is the comfort thou hast brought me from my wife, who hath died. Is this the oath thou didst swear to our father and mother? Thou hast broken it. And on the moment thou didst swear, thou wast condemned. And Esau answered, Neither men nor beasts keep oaths forever. Every day they devise evil one against another. Thou hatest me and my children forever. Hear my words. If the boar can change its skin and make its bristles soft as wool, or grow horns like a stag, then shall I observe brotherhood with thee. If wolves make peace with lambs, and lions plow with oxen, then shall I make peace with thee. The raven becomes white. Then know that I have loved thee. But thou shalt be rooted out, and thy sons shall be rooted out, and there shall be no peace for thee. And when Jacob saw that Esau was wholly set to slay him, springing like a wild boar upon the spear, he spoke to his sons and servants that they should attack him and all his companions. The war at the tower of Hebron, the death of Esau. And Judah spoke to Jacob and said, Bend thy bow, father, and send forth thy arrows. Cast down the adversary and slay the enemy. We shall not slay thy brother, for he is as thou. But let this honor be thine. Then Jacob bent his bow and sent forth an arrow, and struck Esau his brother on the right breast, and slew him. And again he sent forth an arrow, and struck Adoran the Aramean on the left breast, and slew him. Then the sons of Jacob and their servants went forth, dividing themselves into 4 companies around the tower. Judah, Naphtali, and Gad went forth on the south side with 50 men, and slew all before them. Levi, Dan, and Asher went forth on the east side with 50 men, and slew the fighting men of Moab and Ammon. Reuben, Issachar, and Zebulun went forth on the north side with 50 men, and slew the fighting men of the Philistines. Simeon, Benjamin, and Enoch the son of Reuben went forth on the west side with 50 men, and slew 400 men of Edom and the Horites. 600 fled, and 4 of Esau's sons fled with them, leaving their fathers slain on the hill of Aduram. And the sons of Jacob pursued them to the mountains of Seir. And Jacob buried Esau on the hill of Aduram, and returned to his house. And the sons of Jacob pressed hard upon the sons of Esau in the mountains of Seir, and bowed their necks, so that they became servants of the sons of Jacob. And they sent to Jacob, asking whether they should make peace or slay them. And Jacob said they should make peace. And they placed the yoke of servitude upon them. And they paid tribute to Jacob and his sons until the day he went down into Egypt. And the sons of Edom have not escaped the yoke imposed by the 12 sons of Jacob until this day. The kings of Edom, jubilees, 4, 10th, 15 to 24. And these are the kings who reigned in Edom before any king reigned over the children of Israel. Balak, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. And Balak died, and Jobab the son of Zara of Bozer reigned in his stead. And Jobab died, and Asam of the land of Teman reigned in his stead. And Asam died, and Adath the son of Barad, he who slew Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Avith. And Adath died, and Salmon of Amasekah reigned in his stead. And Salman died, and Saul of Raboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Saul died, and Baalunan, the son of Achbor, reigned in his stead. And Baalunan died, and Adath reigned in his stead, and the name of his wife was Medabith, the daughter of Matarat, the daughter of Metabedzab. These are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom. Joseph's service with Potiphar, his purity and imprisonment. And Jacob dwelt in the land of his father's sojournings, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph was 17 years old when they took him down into Egypt, and Potiphar, an eunuch of Pharaoh, the chief cook, bought him. And Potiphar set Joseph over all his house, and the blessing of the Lord came upon the Egyptian's house because of Joseph, and the Lord prospered him in all that he did. And the Egyptian committed everything into Joseph's hands, for he saw that the Lord was with him. And Joseph's appearance was comely and very beautiful, and his master's wife lifted up her eyes and saw him, and she loved him and besought him to lie with her. But he did not surrender his soul, for he remembered the Lord and the words which Jacob his father used to read from the words of Abraham, that no man should commit fornication with a woman who hath a husband, for the punishment of death is ordained in the heavens, and the sin is recorded in the eternal books. And Joseph remembered these words and refused to lie with her. And she besought him for a year. But he refused, and she embraced him and held him fast in the house, closing the doors to force him to lie with her. But he left his garment in her hands and broke through the door and fled. And seeing he would not lie with her, she calumniated him before her husband, saying, "Thy Hebrew servant sought to force me. When I cried out, he fled and left his garment in my hands." And Potiphar saw the garment and the broken door, and heard the words of his wife, and cast Joseph into the prison where the king's prisoners were kept. And the Lord gave Joseph favor in the sight of the chief of the prison guards, for he saw that the Lord was with him, and prospered all that he did. And he committed all things into Joseph's hands, and the chief of the guards knew nothing of what was with him, for Joseph did everything, and the Lord perfected it. Joseph interprets the dreams of the butler and the baker. And Joseph remained in the prison 2 years. And Pharaoh was wroth with his 2 eunuchs, the chief butler and the chief baker, and put them in ward in the house of the chief cook, in the prison where Joseph was kept. And the chief of the prison guards appointed Joseph to serve them. And they both dreamed a dream, the chief butler and the chief baker, and they told it to Joseph. And as he interpreted to them, so it befell them, Pharaoh restored the chief butler to his office, and the chief baker he slew. But the chief butler forgot Joseph in the prison, though Joseph had told him what would befall him, and he did not remember to inform Pharaoh, for he forgot. Pharaoh's dreams and their interpretation Joseph's elevation and marriage. And in those days, Pharaoh dreamed 2 dreams in one night concerning a famine that was to be in all the land. And he awoke from his sleep and called all the interpreters of dreams in Egypt and the magicians, and told them his 2 dreams, but they were not able to declare them. Then the chief butler remembered Joseph and spoke of him to the king. And Pharaoh brought Joseph forth from the prison, and Joseph told him the meaning of the 2 dreams. And he said, "Thy 2 dreams are one. 7 years of plenty will come over all the land of Egypt, and after them 7 years of famine, such a famine as hath not been in all the land. Let Pharaoh appoint overseers in all the land, and let them store up food in every city throughout the years of plenty, that there may be food for the 7 years of famine, and the land perish not." And the Lord gave Joseph favor in the eyes of Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said, "We shall not find such a wise and discreet man as this, for the Spirit of the Lord is with him." And he appointed Joseph second in all his kingdom, and gave him authority over all Egypt, and caused him to ride in the 2nd chariot of Pharaoh. And he clothed him with garments of byssus, and put a gold chain upon his neck, and a ring upon his hand, and a herald proclaimed before him, El Wabur. And Pharaoh said, "Only on the throne shall I be greater than thou." And Joseph ruled over all Egypt, and all the princes and servants of Pharaoh loved him, for he walked in uprightness, without pride or arrogance, and he accepted no gifts, but judged all the people in righteousness. And the land of Egypt was at peace because of Joseph, for the Lord was with him. And Pharaoh's kingdom was well ordered, and there was no Satan and no evil person therein. And the king called Joseph's name Sephantiphens, and gave him to wife the daughter of Potiphar, the daughter of the priest of Heliopolis. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh. And in that year Isaac died. And it came to pass, as Joseph had said, 7 years of plenty came over all the land of Egypt, and the land produced abundantly, 1 measure yielding 1,800 measures. And Joseph gathered food into every city until they were filled with corn, until they could no longer count it for its multitude. Judah's incest with Tamar, his repentance and forgiveness. And in the 45th Jubilee, in the 2nd week, in the 2nd year, Judah took for his firstborn a wife from the daughters of Aram, named Tamar. But hated her and would not lie with her, because his mother was of the daughters of Canaan, and he wished to take a wife of his mother's kin. But Judah would not permit him, and was wicked, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said to Onan, "Go in unto thy brother's wife, and raise up seed unto thy brother." But Onan knew the seed would not be his, and he spilled it on the ground, and he was wicked, and the Lord slew him also. And Judah said to Tamar, "Remain in thy father's house as a widow, until Shelah my son be grown." But Bethuel, Judah's wife, did not permit Shelah to marry her. And Bethuel died in the 5th year of the week. And in the 6th year, Judah went up to Timnah to shear his sheep. And Tamar was told, "Behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnah." And she put off her widow's garments, veiled herself, adorned herself, and sat in the gate by the way. And Judah found her, and thought her a harlot, and said, Let me come in unto thee. And she did come in. He went in unto her. And she said, Give me my hire. He said, I have nothing save my ring, my necklace, and my staff. And she said, Give them to me until thou send the kid. And he gave them to her, and she conceived by him. And Judah sent the kid by his shepherd, but he found her not. And the people said, There is no harlot here. And Judah said, Let her keep them, lest we become a derision. And after 3 months it was known that Tamar was with child. And Judah said, Bring her forth, and let them burn her. For she hath wrought uncleanness in Israel. And as they brought her forth, she sent to Judah the ring, the necklace, and the staff, saying, Discern whose these are, for by him am I with child. And Judah acknowledged, and said, Tamar is more righteous than I. Burn her not. And she bore 2 sons, Perez and Zerah, in the 7th year of the 2nd week. And Judah acknowledged that he had sinned, for he had uncovered the skirt of his son. And he lamented and supplicated before the Lord. And we told him in a dream that it was forgiven him, because he supplicated earnestly and did not again commit it. And every man who leeth with his daughter-in-law or his mother-in-law, let them burn him with fire, for there is uncleanness upon them. And Judah's seed was established for a 2nd generation, because his 2 sons had not lain with her, and because he sought judgment according to the command of Abraham. The 2 journeys of the sons of Jacob to Egypt. And in the 1st year of the 3rd week of the 45th Jubilee, the famine began to come into the land, and the rain refused to fall upon the earth. And the earth grew barren. But in the land of Egypt there was food. For Joseph had gathered the seed of the land in the 7 years of plenty, and had preserved it. And the Egyptians came to Joseph for food, and he opened the storehouses of the 1st year, and sold grain to the people for gold. And the famine was very sore in the land of Canaan. And Jacob heard that there was food in Egypt, and he sent his 10 sons to procure food, but Benjamin he did not send. And they arrived in Egypt among those who came to buy. And Joseph recognized them, but they did not recognize him. And he spoke roughly to them, and said, Are ye not spies, come to explore the approaches of the land? And he put them in ward. Afterward he released them, but detained Simeon alone, and sent the 9 away. And he filled their sacks with corn, and put their gold back into their sacks, and they knew it not. And he commanded them to bring their younger brother. And they returned to Canaan, and told Jacob all that had befallen them. And Jacob said, Me have ye bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, and ye will take Benjamin away. On me hath your wickedness come. And he said, My son shall not go down with you, lest he fall sick. For his mother bore 2 sons, and one hath perished. And this one also ye will take from me. For he saw that their money had been returned, and he feared to send him. And the famine increased in all lands, save Egypt, for many Egyptians had stored seed when they saw Joseph gathering grain. And when Israel saw that the famine was very sore, and there was no deliverance, he said, "Go again and procure food for us, that we die not." But they said, "We shall not go unless Benjamin go with us." And Israel saw that if he did not send him, they would perish. And Reuben said, "Give him into my hand, if I bring him not back. Slay my 2 sons." But Jacob refused. And Judah said, "Send him with me. If I bring him not back, let me bear the blame forever." And he sent him with them in the 2nd year of the week, on the 1st day of the month. And they came to Egypt with presents, stocked, almonds, terebinth nuts, and pure honey. And they stood before Joseph. And he saw Benjamin and said, "Is this your youngest brother?" And they said, "It is he." And he said, "The Lord be gracious unto thee, my son." And he brought them into his house, released Simeon, and made a feast for them. And he gave them all a portion. But Benjamin's portion was 7 times greater. And they ate and drank and remained with their asses. And Joseph devised a plan to test their hearts, whether peace was in them. And he said to his steward, "Fill their sacks with food, return their money, and put my silver cup in the sack of the youngest, and send them away." Joseph tests his brethren and reveals himself. And the steward did as Joseph commanded, filling their sacks and placing the cup in Benjamin's sack. And early in the morning they departed. And Joseph said to his steward, "Pursue them, and say, For good ye have requited me with evil. Ye have stolen my silver cup. Bring back the youngest, before I go to my seat of judgment." And he overtook them, and spoke according to these words. And they said, "God forbid that we should do this. The money we found before we returned. Search us. With whomsoever the cup is found, let him be slain, and we will be servants." And he said, "Not so. The one with whom I find it shall be my servant. The rest shall go in peace." And he searched from the eldest to the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. And they rent their garments and returned to the city, and came before Joseph and bowed to the ground. And Joseph said, "Ye have done evil." And they said, "What shall we say? God hath found out the transgression of thy servants. Behold, we are thy servants." But Joseph said, "I fear the Lord. Go ye to your homes. Let your brother be my servant. Know ye not that a man delighteth in his cup as I in this cup? And yet ye have stolen it." And Judah said, "O my lord, let thy servant speak. 2 sons did our mother bear to our father. One is lost, and hath not been found. This one alone is left, and our father's life is bound up with his. If we return without him, our father will die. Let me remain instead of the lad, and let him go with his brethren." And Joseph saw that they were all accordant in goodness, and he could not refrain himself. And he said to them that he was Joseph. And he spoke to them in the Hebrew tongue, and fell on their necks, and wept. and they wept also. And he said, "Weep not over me. Hasten and bring my father. This is the 2nd year of the famine. 5 years remain. Come down quickly, that ye perish not. The Lord sent me before you to preserve life." And he told them of all his glory, and how the Lord had made him as a father to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh commanded that he give them chariots and provisions, and many-colored raiment and silver. And he sent to their father 10 asses laden with corn. And they went up and told Jacob that Joseph was alive and ruler over all Egypt. But he believed them not, for his mind was overwhelmed. But when he saw the wagons Joseph had sent, the life of his spirit revived. And he said, "It is enough if Joseph liveth. I will go down and see him before I die." The 2 journeys of the sons of Jacob to Egypt. And in the 1st year of the 3rd week of the 45th Jubilee, the famine began to come into the land, and the rain refused to fall upon the earth. And the earth grew barren. But in the land of Egypt there was food. For Joseph had gathered the seed of the land in the 7 years of plenty, and had preserved it. And the Egyptians came to Joseph for food. And he opened the storehouses of the 1st year, and sold grain to the people for gold. And the famine was very sore in the land of Canaan. And Jacob heard that there was food in Egypt, and he sent his 10 sons to procure food. But Benjamin he did not send. And they arrived in Egypt among those who came to buy. And Joseph recognized them, but they did not recognize him. And he spoke roughly to them and said, "Are ye not spies, come to explore the approaches of the land?" And he put them in ward. Afterward he released them, but detained Simeon alone, and sent the 9 away. And he filled their sacks with corn, and put their gold back into their sacks, and they knew it not. And he commanded them to bring their younger brother. And they returned to Canaan, and told Jacob all that had befallen them. And Jacob said, "Me have ye bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, and ye will take Benjamin away. On me hath your wickedness come." And he said, "My son shall not go down with you, lest he fall sick. For his mother bore 2 sons, and one hath perished, and this one also ye will take from me." For he saw that their money had been returned, and he feared to send him. And the famine increased in all lands, save Egypt, for many Egyptians had stored seed when they saw Joseph gathering grain. And when Israel saw that the famine was very sore, and there was no deliverance, he said, "Go again, and procure food for us, that we die not." But they said, "We shall not go, unless Benjamin go with us." And Israel saw that if he did not send him, they would perish. And Reuben said, "Give him into my hand. If I bring him not back, slay my 2 sons." But Jacob refused. Judah said, "Send him with me. If I bring him not back, let me bear the blame forever." And he sent him with them in the 2nd year of the week, on the 1st day of the month. And they came to Egypt with presents, stacked almonds, terebinth nuts, and pure honey, and they stood before Joseph. And he saw Benjamin and said, "Is this your youngest brother?" They said, "It is he." And he said, "The Lord be gracious unto thee, my son." And he brought them into his house, released Simeon, and made a feast for them. And he gave them all a portion. But Benjamin's portion was 7 times greater. And they ate and drank and remained with their asses. And Joseph devised a plan to test their hearts, whether peace was in them. And he said to his steward, "Fill their sacks with food, return their money, and put my silver cup in the sack of the youngest, and send them away." Joseph tests his brethren and reveals himself. And the steward did as Joseph commanded, filling their sacks and placing the cup in Benjamin's sack. And early in the morning they departed. And Joseph said to his steward, "Pursue them and say, 'For good ye have requited me with evil. Ye have stolen my silver cup. Bring back the youngest before I go to my seat of judgment.' And he overtook them and spoke according to these words. And they said, 'God forbid that we should do this. The money we found before we returned. Search us. With whomsoever the cup is found, let him be slain, and we will be servants.' And he no, not so. The one with whom I find it shall be my servant. The rest shall go in peace." And he searched from the eldest to the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. And they rent their garments, and returned to the city, and came before Joseph, and bowed to the ground. And Joseph said, "Ye have done evil." And they said, "What shall we say? God hath found out the transgression of thy servants. Behold, we are thy servants." But Joseph said, "I fear the Lord. Go ye to your homes. Let your brother be my servant. Know ye not that a man delighteth in his cup as I in this cup? And yet ye have stolen it." And Judah said, "O my lord, let thy servant speak. 2 sons did our mother bear to our father. One is lost and hath not been found. This one alone is left, and our father's life is bound up with his. If we return without him, our father will die. Let me remain instead of the lad, and let him go with his brethren." And Joseph saw that they were all accordant in goodness, and he could not refrain himself. And he said to them that he was Joseph. And he spoke to them in the Hebrew tongue, and fell on their necks, and wept. They wept also. And he said, "Weep not over me. Hasten and bring my father. This is the 2nd year of the famine. 5 years remain. Come down quickly, that ye perish not. The Lord sent me before you to preserve life." And he told them of all his glory, and how the Lord had made him as a father to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh commanded that he give them chariots and provisions, and many-colored raiment and silver. And he sent to their father 10 asses laden with corn. And they went up and told Jacob that Joseph was alive and ruler over all Egypt. But he believed them not, for his mind was overwhelmed. But when he saw the wagons Joseph had sent, the life of his spirit revived, and he said, "It is enough if Joseph liveth. I will go down and see him before I die." Jacob celebrates the feast of first fruits and journeys to Egypt. And Israel took his journey from Haran from his house on the new moon of the 3rd month. And he went by the way of the well of the oath, and offered a sacrifice to the God of his father Isaac on the 7th of the month. And Jacob remembered the dream he had seen at Bethel, and he feared to go down into Egypt. And while he considered sending word to Joseph to come to him, and that he himself would not go down, he remained there 7 days, waiting if perchance he should see a vision to guide him. And he celebrated the harvest festival of first fruits with old grain, for in all the land of Canaan there was not a handful of seed, for the famine was upon beasts, cattle, birds, and man. And on the 16th the Lord appeared to him and said, "Jacob, Jacob." And he said, "Here am I." And the Lord said, "I am the God of thy fathers, the God of Abraham and Isaac. Fear not to go down into Egypt, for I will there make of thee a great nation. I shall go down with thee, and I shall bring thee up again, and in this land shalt thou be buried. Joseph shall put his hands upon thy eyes. Fear not, go down into Egypt." And his sons and his sons' sons rose up and placed Jacob and their possessions upon the wagons. And Israel rose from the well of the oath on the 16th of the 3rd month, and went toward Egypt. And he sent Judah before him to Joseph, to prepare the land of Goshen. For Joseph had told them to dwell there, that they might be near him. And it was the best land in Egypt, good for them and for their cattle. And these are the names of the sons of Jacob who went into Egypt: Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Enoch, Palu, Hezron, Carmi. 5. Simeon, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul the son of the Zephathite woman. 7. Levi, Gershon, Kohath, Merari. 4. Judah, Shelah, Perez, Zerah. 4. Issachar, Tola, Phua, Jasub, Shimron. 5. Zebulon, Sered, Elon, Jaleel. 4. These were the sons of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob in Mesopotamia, 6 sons and their sister Dinah. All the souls of Leah's line who went with Jacob were 29, with Jacob himself. 30. Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, bore Gad and Asher. The sons of Gad: Ziphion, Hagi, Shuni, Esbon, Eri, Areli, Arodi. 8. The sons of Asher: Imnah, Ishva, Ishvi, Beriah, and Sarah their sister. 6. All the souls of Zilpah were 14. All those of Leah were 44. Rachel, Jacob's wife, bore Joseph and Benjamin. To Joseph in Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, whom Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of Heliopolis, bore to him. 3. The sons of Benjamin: Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Ahi, Rosh, Mupim, Hupim, Ard. 11. All the souls of Rachel were 14. Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, bore Dan and Naphtali. The sons of Dan: Hushim, Samon, Asudi, Ijaka, Salomon. 6. And they died the year they entered Egypt, leaving Hushim alone. The sons of Naphtali, Jaziel, Guni, Jezer, Shalom, and Iv. And Iv, born after the years of famine, died in Egypt. All the souls of Rachel's line were 26, and all the souls of Jacob who went into Egypt were 70. These were his children and his children's children, 70 in all. But 5 died in Egypt before Joseph and had no children. And in the land of Canaan, 2 sons of Judah died, Er and Onan, and they had no children. And the children of Israel buried those who perished. And they were reckoned among the 70 nations. Joseph receives Jacob. The land of Egypt is acquired for Pharaoh. Jacob's death and burial. And Israel entered the land of Egypt into the land of Goshen on the new moon of the 4th month, in the 2nd year of the 3rd week of the 45th Jubilee. And Joseph went to meet his father Jacob in Goshen, and he fell on his father's neck and wept. And Israel said, "Now let me die, since I have seen thee. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, the God of Abraham and Isaac, who hath not withheld his mercy from his servant Jacob. It is enough for me that I have seen thy face while I yet live. True is the vision I saw at Bethel. Blessed be the Lord my God forever." And Joseph and his brothers ate bread before their father and drank wine. And Jacob rejoiced greatly because he saw Joseph eating and drinking with his brothers. And he blessed the Creator of all things who had preserved him and his 12 sons. And Joseph gave to his father and brothers the right to dwell in Goshen and Ramesses and all the region around, which he ruled before Pharaoh. And Israel and his sons dwelt in the best part of Egypt. And Israel was 130 years old when he came into Egypt. And Joseph nourished his father and brothers and their possessions with bread throughout the 7 years of famine. And the land of Egypt suffered greatly. And Joseph acquired all the land for Pharaoh in exchange for food. And he gained possession of the people and their cattle for Pharaoh. And when the famine ended, Joseph gave the people seed to sow in the 8th year, for the river overflowed the land again. And the land bore much corn. And this was the 1st year of the 4th week of the 45th Jubilee. And Joseph took the 5th part of the harvest for the king, and left 4 parts for the people for food and seed. And he made it an ordinance for Egypt until this day. And Israel lived in Egypt 17 years. All his days were 3 jubilees and 147 years. And he died in the 4th year of the 5th week of the 45th Jubilee. And Israel blessed his sons before he died, and told them all that would befall them in Egypt, and what would come upon them in the last days. And he gave Joseph 2 portions in the land. And he slept with his fathers, and was buried in the double cave in Canaan, near Abraham, in the grave he had dug for himself in Hebron. And he gave all his books, and the books of his fathers, to Levi his son, that he might preserve them, and renew them for his children, until this day. The death of Joseph, the bones of Jacob's sons, the oppression of Israel. And it came to pass that after Jacob died, the children of Israel multiplied in the land of Egypt, and they became a great nation. And they were of one accord in heart, so that brother loved brother, and every man helped his brother, and they increased abundantly and multiplied exceedingly. 10 weeks of years, all the days of the life of Joseph. And there was no Satan nor any evil all the days of Joseph's life after Jacob died. For all the Egyptians honored the children of Israel because of Joseph. And Joseph died, being 110 years old. 17 years he lived in the land of Canaan. 10 years he was a servant, 3 years in prison, and 80 years he ruled under the king over all the land of Egypt. And he died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And Joseph commanded the children of Israel, before he died, that they should carry his bones with them when they went forth from Egypt. And he made them swear concerning his bones, for he knew the Egyptians would not bring him to Canaan again. For Machamaron, king of Canaan, while dwelling in the land of Assyria, fought in the valley with the king of Egypt and slew him, and pursued the Egyptians to the gates of Ermon. But he could not enter, for a new king had arisen in Egypt who was stronger than he. And he returned to Canaan, and the gates of Egypt were closed, and none went out nor came in. And Joseph died in the 46th Jubilee, in the 6th week, in the 2nd year, and they buried him in Egypt. And his brethren died after him. And in the 47th Jubilee, in the 2nd week, in the 2nd year, the king of Egypt went to war with the king of Canaan. And the children of Israel brought forth all the bones of the sons of Jacob, save the bones of Joseph, and buried them in the field of the double cave in the mountain. And most of them returned to Egypt, but a few remained in the mountains of Hebron. And Amram thy father remained with them, and the king of Canaan prevailed over the king of Egypt. And he closed the gates of Egypt, and he devised an evil plan against the children of Israel to afflict them. And he said to the Egyptians, Behold, the people of Israel have increased more than we. Come, let us deal wisely with them before they become too many. Let us afflict them with slavery before war come upon us, lest they join our enemies and depart from our land, for their hearts are toward Canaan. And he set taskmasters over them to afflict them with slavery. And they built strong cities for Pharaoh, Pithom and Ramses, and rebuilt all the walls and fortifications that had fallen in Egypt. And they made them serve with rigor. But the more they afflicted them, the more they increased and multiplied. And the Egyptians abominated the children of Israel. The birth and early years of Moses. And in the 7th week, in the 7th year, in the 47th Jubilee, thy father went forth from the land of Canaan. And thou wast born in the 4th week, in the 6th year thereof, in the 48th Jubilee, the time of tribulation, upon the children of Israel. And Pharaoh, king of Egypt, commanded that all their male children be cast into the river. And they cast them in for 7 months, until the day thou wast born. And thy mother hid thee for 3 months, and they told concerning her. And she made an ark for thee, and covered it with pitch and asphalt, and placed it among the reeds on the bank of the river. And she placed thee in it 7 days. And thy mother came by night and suckled thee. And by day Miriam thy sister guarded thee from the birds. And in those days Tharmuth, the daughter of Pharaoh, came to bathe in the river. And she heard thy voice crying. And she told her maidens to bring thee forth. And they brought thee to her. And she took thee out of the ark, and had compassion on thee. And thy sister said, "Shall I call one of the Hebrew women to nurse this child for thee?" And she said, "Go." And she went and called thy mother, Jochebed. And she gave her wages, and she nursed thee. And when thou wast grown, they brought thee to the daughter of Pharaoh. And thou becamest her son. And Amram, thy father, taught thee writing. And after thou hadst completed 3 weeks of years, they brought thee into the royal court. And thou wast 3 weeks of years in the court, until the day thou wentest forth and sawest an Egyptian smiting thy friend, who was of the children of Israel, and thou slewest him and hid him in the sand. And on the 2nd day thou didst find 2 Israelites striving. And thou saidst to him that did the wrong, "Why dost thou smite thy brother?" And he was angry and said, "Who made thee a prince and judge over us? Wilt thou kill me as thou killedst the Egyptian yesterday?" Thou didst fear and flee because of these words, from flight of Moses to the Exodus. And in the 6th year of the 3rd week of the 49th Jubilee, thou didst depart and dwell in the land of Midian 5 weeks and 1 year. And thou didst return into Egypt in the 2nd week, in the 2nd year of the 50th Jubilee. And thou knowest what the Lord spoke unto thee on Mount Sinai, and what the prince Mastema desired to do unto thee when thou wast returning into Egypt, when he met thee at the lodging place. Did he not with all his power seek to slay thee, and deliver the Egyptians out of thy hand, when he saw that thou wast sent to execute judgment and vengeance upon them? But I delivered thee out of his hand, and thou didst perform the signs and wonders which thou wast sent to perform in Egypt, against Pharaoh, against his house, against his servants, and against his people. And the Lord executed great vengeance upon them for Israel's sake. He smote them with blood, and frogs, and lice, and dog flies, with malignant boils breaking forth in blains, their cattle with death, with hail that destroyed all that grew, with locusts that devoured what the hail had left, with darkness, and with the death of the firstborn of men and beasts. And upon all their idols the Lord took vengeance, and burned them with fire. And everything was sent through thy hand, that thou shouldst declare these things before they were done. And thou didst speak before Pharaoh and all his servants and all his people, and everything took place according to thy words. 10 great and terrible judgments came upon Egypt, that thou mightest execute vengeance upon it for Israel. And the Lord did all these things for Israel's sake, according to his covenant with Abraham, that he would take vengeance on those who had forced them into bondage. And the prince of Mastema stood up against thee, seeking to cast thee into Pharaoh's hands. And he helped the Egyptian sorcerers, and they stood up and wrought before thee the evils we permitted them to work, but the remedies we did not allow them to perform. And the Lord smote them with malignant ulcers, and they could not stand. For we destroyed them, so that they could not perform a single sign. Yet the prince of Mastema was not put to shame, but took courage and cried to the Egyptians to pursue after thee with all their powers, with chariots, horses, and all the hosts of Egypt. And I stood between the Egyptians and Israel, and we delivered Israel out of his hand. And the Lord brought them through the midst of the sea, as on dry land. And all the peoples whom he brought to pursue after Israel, the Lord cast into the sea, into the depths of the abyss beneath the children of Israel, even as the Egyptians had cast their children into the river. He took vengeance on 1,000,000 of them. And 1,000 strong men were destroyed for every one suckling of Israel whom they had drowned. And on the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th days, the prince of Mastema was bound and imprisoned behind the children of Israel that he might not accuse them. And on the 19th, we let them loose, that they might help the Egyptians and pursue Israel. And he hardened their hearts and made them stubborn. For the Lord devised this, that he might smite the Egyptians and cast them into the sea. And on the 14th we bound him, that he might not accuse the children of Israel on the day when they asked the Egyptians for vessels of silver, gold, and bronze, to despoil them in return for the bondage in which they had served. And we did not lead Israel out of Egypt empty-handed. Regulations concerning the Passover. Remember the commandment which the Lord commanded thee concerning the Passover. Thou shouldst celebrate it in its season. On the 14th of the first month, thou shouldst kill it before evening, and eat it by night, on the evening of the 15th, from the setting of the sun. For on this night, the beginning of the festival and the beginning of joy, ye ate the Passover in Egypt, when all the powers of Mastema had been let loose to slay the firstborn of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh to the firstborn of the captive maidservant, and even the cattle. And this was the sign the Lord gave them. Into every house whose lintels bore the blood of a lamb of the first year, they should not enter to slay, but should pass by. And all who were within were saved because of the sign of the blood. And the powers of the Lord did everything as he commanded. And they passed by all the children of Israel, and the plague came not upon them, neither upon man, nor cattle, nor dog. But the plague was grievous in Egypt, and there was no house without one dead, and great weeping and lamentation. And all Israel ate the flesh of the Passover lamb, and drank the wine, and lauded and blessed the Lord God of their fathers, ready to go forth from the yoke of Egypt and from evil bondage. And remember this day all the days of thy life. Observe it year by year, once in its season, and do not postpone it. For it is an eternal ordinance, engraved on the heavenly tables, that Israel should observe it every year, forever. And the man who is clean and near at hand, and does not observe it, bringing no offering before the Lord, shall be cut off, for he did not offer the oblation of the Lord in its appointed season. Let Israel observe the Passover on the 14th day of the first month, between the evenings, from the third part of the day to the third part of the night. 2 portions of the day are for light, and the third part is for evening. This is what the Lord commanded. It is not permissible to slay it during the light, but only in the period bordering on evening. And they shall eat it until the third part of the night. Whatever remains after that, let them burn with fire. They shall not cook it with water, nor eat it raw, but roast it with fire, its head, its inwards, and its feet. And they shall not break a bone of it, for of the children of Israel no bone shall be crushed. For this reason the Lord commanded that they observe the Passover on its fixed day, without passing it from day to day or month to month, and command Israel to observe it every year. And no plague shall come upon them in the year they celebrate it according to his command. They shall not eat it outside the sanctuary of the Lord, but before the sanctuary, and all the congregation shall celebrate it in its appointed season. Every man from 20 years old and upward shall eat it before the Lord. When they enter the land of Canaan and set up the tabernacle, let them celebrate the Passover there until the sanctuary is built. And when the house of the Lord is built, they shall go there and slay the Passover at sunset, at the third part of the day. They shall offer its blood on the threshold of the altar, place its fat on the fire, and eat its flesh roasted in the court of the house, sanctified in the Lord's name. They may not celebrate the Passover in their cities, nor in any place, except before the tabernacle, or the house where his name dwells. And thou, Moses, command Israel to observe all the ordinances of the Passover, and the festival of unleavened bread, 7 days of unleavened bread, with an oblation each day before the Lord. For ye celebrated this festival in haste when ye went forth from Egypt, until ye entered the wilderness of Shur, for on the shore of the sea ye completed it. Laws regarding the jubilees and the Sabbath. And after this law, I made known to thee the days of the Sabbaths in the desert of Sinai, which is between Elim and Sinai. And I told thee of the Sabbaths of the land on Mount Sinai. And I told thee of the jubilee years and the Sabbaths of years. But the year thereof I have not made known unto thee, until ye enter the land which ye are to possess. And the land also shall keep its Sabbaths, while they dwell upon it. And they shall know the jubilee year. Wherefore I have ordained for thee the year weeks, and the years, and the jubilees. There are 49 jubilees from the days of Adam until this day, and 1 week, and 2 years. And there are yet 40 years to come for learning the commandments of the Lord, until they pass over into the land of Canaan, crossing the Jordan westward. And the jubilees shall pass by, until Israel is cleansed from all guilt of fornication, and uncleanness, and pollution, and sin, and error, and dwelleth with confidence in all the land. And there shall be no more a Satan, nor any evil one. And the land shall be clean from that time forevermore. And behold the commandment regarding the Sabbaths. I have written them down for thee, and all the judgments of its laws. 6 days shalt thou labor. But on the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it ye shall do no manner of work, ye, nor your sons, nor your menservants, nor your maidservants, nor your cattle, nor the sojourner who is with you. And the man who doeth any work on it shall die. Whoever desecrateth that day, whoever lieth with his wife, whoever saith he will do something on it, whoever setteth out on a journey, whoever buyeth or selleth, whoever draweth water, which he prepared, not on the 6th day, whoever taketh up a burden to carry it out of his tent or out of his house, that man shall die. Ye shall do no work whatever on the Sabbath day, save that which ye have prepared on the 6th day, that ye may eat and drink and rest, and keep Sabbath from all work, and bless the Lord your God, who hath given you a day of festival, a holy day, a day of the holy kingdom for all Israel forever. For great is the honor which the Lord hath given to Israel, that they should eat and drink and be satisfied on this festival day, and rest from all labor of the children of men, save burning frankincense and bringing oblations and sacrifices before the Lord for days and for Sabbaths. This work alone shall be done on the Sabbath days in the sanctuary of the Lord your God, that they may atone for Israel with sacrifice continually, for a memorial well-pleasing before the Lord, that he may receive them always from day to day, according as thou hast been commanded. And every man who doeth any work thereon, or goeth a journey, or tilleth his farm, whether in his house or in any other place, and whoever lighteth a fire, or rideth on any beast, or travelleth by ship on the sea, and whoever striketh or killeth anything, or slaughtereth a beast or a bird, or whoever catcheth an animal, or a bird, or a fish, or whoever fasteth or maketh war on the Sabbaths, the man who doeth any of these things on the Sabbath shall die, that the children of Israel may observe the Sabbaths according to the commandments written in the tables which he gave into my hands, that I should write out for thee the laws of the seasons, and the seasons according to the division of their days,